All right, 6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 The Fan. And the Fan Sports Network. Good morning, everybody.
I have tiny legs and I'm fat. What is happening?
How we doing today?
Doing fantastic. How we doing over there, Bob?
Doing great.
Needed that rain last night. Did we need that rain last night? We needed it, man.
Can we not?
We needed it.
Can we not?
4th of July is a week from tomorrow. That dawn on you yet?
Yeah.
Like, what?
It's the it always goes it goes Father's Day, wife's birthday, 4th of July.
And
those
3
weeks
yeah.
is just like bam, 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 bam. It's done.
Nothing slows down in the Sprague household.
No.
Because you can't be calm for the 4th of July.
No, you cannot.
Father's Day, we're celebrating you as the great dad that you are.
Wow.
And then, Mom's birthday, that's a big deal in the household. Especially when it's a big year, big number to hit.
It is a big number to hit. We can't talk about it, though.
No. Don't say it.
I tried to make plans. I think I went too hard in the paint.
Too ham for the plans.
And she wasn't digging it. And so
what, is 40 a big deal? It's not a big deal. It's basically 39 plus 1. Who cares?
Exactly. That's all it is. I just have stopped. I've taken myself out.
Okay,
and I've said, whatever you want.
Let go of the reins.
Talk to the kids and said, let's stop talking about it.
Don't bring it up.
These ideas continue to not be good.
No, whatever we're throwing out, nothing has been good enough yet.
We will not invite anybody.
Nope.
If she wants to see nobody, we'll see nobody. If we want to see everybody, we'll see everybody.
Whatever you want to do.
So, we'll see what happens this week. And I thought it went from like, hey, look at me, I'm planning.
Well, it's going to be great. Now. You're going to go ahead and need to shut that down, all right?
We're throwing the dart on the board and we're not looking.
We don't want it. We don't want anything big happening for a 40th birthday.
All we're going to have is good attitudes.
40's going to freak me out. I will acknowledge.
You think 40's going to freak
out? I think 40's
out?
going to freak me out when I get there. I got a couple more years. I'm almost there. 39 might honestly freak me out, too.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm there.
39, knowing it's the last go-round in the threes, that's shocking.
So I was thinking about this because I'm going to be 40 in December. The
You
wife's
are?
a little older than me.
Yeah, you're almost there.
40's going to be interesting to feel. 50's going to be fascinating.
Yes.
60, this is going to sound really odd.
Not thinking there's a big deal about 60?
I feel like 60 is like a cool, fun number. And I don't know why that is. That's 20 past 40.
Yeah.
But I think there's something about you still have so many vivid memories of college.
Yes.
Or your early 20s.
Right.
And then even still, sometimes high school gets brought up, and in your mind, it's
doesn't seem that long ago.
Not that long ago, but then you go to a high school and you go,
Jesus, man.
This isn't even the same school I was in.
What the hell happened over here?
So it's like it's an odd thing, right? Hitting 40. And then
Right.
50 is just like it's the half of 100. It's a big milestone for people.
Sure, half of a century.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then there's something between 50 and 70 where I think 60 sits, and it's just like, yeah, man, I'll be 60. Looking forward to it.
Hey!
I might be
closer
wrong on
to
that.
retirement. You're 5 years away, potentially, from retiring.
We're not retiring.
What are you talking about?
Sprague here.
Come on, man. I lost my
74th
teeth.
this week in dirt.
I can't keep yelling about sports when I'm 65. Take the microphone away from me, man.
Did you get your cup of coffee? It was $85 today.
It's like cars and old people. They shouldn't go together. Old media members, just walk away, buddy. Walk away.
But I don't know if I'm wrong on this. I've always kind of felt that
I'm kind of buying what you're
seems
selling.
like a fun age, whereas 50s could be daunting, midlife
I feel
crisis.
like 50, once you hit over 50, this is, people who are 52 are probably listening to this like, oh, God.
I'd love to hear from those people.
30-something-year-olds talking about it. 50, I feel like you go over a threshold of old that anything after that is just another version of old. Does that make sense? Like when you're still in your 30s, you can still feel, now I certainly don't, but you can still make the argument, like, I'm not that old. 40, you kind of get there. That's why 40 is such a big deal.
Yeah.
And then I feel like 50, that's like a top of the roller coaster ride. And then you're going down from there. And anything other than, anything over that, it's just another shade of being, I'm just another year older. That's my theory. I actually buy what you're selling. I don't think 60 is as big a deal as 50. 50 is probably a slightly bigger deal than 40, but we're in the same ballpark at least.
Well, so if you're saying you'll be freaked out when you hit 40?
Yes, 40 will freak me out. 39 and 40 will freak me. I think 50 will too. I think 50 will too, but I'm agreeing with your take
You
on
think
60.
60, you're like,
Whatever, dude. 59 to 60. Like
I'm in the sweet spot.
I'm already here. Might as well make it another year.
Yeah.
Might as well get to the sixes if I'm already at 59.
I think if I was to get to 80, I mean, I'm probably going to turn into the old guy speeding that we talked about yesterday.
Yeah, you're going to be that 85-year-old driving 115.
At that point, it's any given day, right? In my mind, I'm like, it just could be anything.
At any moment.
Why did he die?
Right.
I don't know. He just didn't wake up.
He was 84 years old. That's why.
Damn it.
He was up there.
So I think
that
80 would be like the real, if I'm to get to that number, end of road. Like I'm seeing this with my dad.
Yeah.
My dad is going to be 70 soon.
It's a big deal.
I believe he's going to be 69 this year.
Okay.
But he's going to be 70 in a year.
Nice.
And he's got friends that aren't as healthy or active.
Doesn't do as much anymore.
He's lost some of them.
Right.
He's got other people going through medical issues in his life.
Yes.
I think, and I'm guessing here. I think my dad is actively freaked out about 70.
About 70.
Yeah. Because he doesn't believe in not going to the doctor. He just doesn't like going to the doctor.
Sure, it's not a regular thing for him.
He's had bad medical stuff in his past from like earlier incidents.
Not a lot of trust there.
Yeah, and then when you start losing friends, even before 70,
Yeah.
I think it really hits you of like,
Right.
oh God, I'm going to be 70.
Oh my God, what am I there?
That's a big deal, you know?
I feel like when you turn to the older ages, a lot of your reaction will be, what kind of shape are you in? Like my dad just turned 76, I think, in April. 76, and he's still moving. He's still walking. He's still riding a bike. He's still active.
It still blows my mind when you tell me your dad's age.
Right, and that's where I feel like the age won't, like if you hit 70 and you're not moving, because I got aunts and uncles that are that way, that like you go visit them on vacation and what do they do? It's like, you want to walk somewhere? That ain't happening, right? Like there's not a lot of physical activity involved with it. So I feel like if you get to those years and you're not doing anything anymore, it hits you far more than if you're still active and you're still living somewhat of a normal life of what you lived 10, 15 years ago, it's just another number. Like nothing's really changing about me at this point.
Yeah.
But if you're slowing down and you're not active or you're going through medical issues or things aren't clicking the way they're supposed to be clicking, then it's probably a much bigger deal.
So you played golf with your dad on Father's Day.
I did, yeah.
Did you guys walk?
We did. We walked. Yeah, he just played 9. I played 18.
Okay.
But he'll walk and play 9 holes anytime.
All right.
He's still playing golf.
76 walking 9, no problem.
Right? You take it, man.
That's pretty good.
Complains after every shot he hits, even the good ones. Damn it. And then the putt goes in. Like, why? After every shot? What do you get out of that?
I played basketball with a guy like that. He used to shoot, and he'd be like, and it'd swish.
Find a way to go in.
I'd turn him like, what are you on about?
Does that not feel good coming off the fingers?
I was going to hit back rim. You really have no feel for your shot at all.
You're that dialed in? What are we talking about here? Come on, man. That thing went in.
As soon as the ball releases from my finger, I'm like, that's going in.
No. Oh, yes. It's one of those plays.
He also used to do it just to trick everybody so he'd go get the rebound. Off!
Not a bad idea.
Going in.
Rebound. I'm right here. Nobody else is around. That's what we call a vet savvy play right there. You played a lot of rec basketball. You know your way around a gym.
We'll see how it goes this week, and I'm looking forward to it. I think it'll end up being fun.
Yeah, good luck with that. That's a tough one. That's a tough pickle to be in because you want it to be a big deal, but if she doesn't want it to be a big deal,
yeah.
We have in our family, we have a 40 book that has been started like generations ago. So like great grandparents signed it, and so it goes to every member of the family when they turn 40.
Like how many? What?
So
how
like you
deep is
basically
the family we talking about here?
It's a pretty.
Wait, is it just your mom?
Just
and
my
dad?
mom's side of the family. Just my mom's side of the
So
family.
everybody in your mom's
Anybody
side gets it?
who has turned 40 has gotten the book, and you read basically everybody of where they're at in life at 40, what they're going through, what they're doing for work, where their kids are at, year. And then
cool.
you have to add a chapter of the book. So you write in.
Read the
so you read
previous...
through it, and then you write through. I'm living here. My kids are this age. I'm doing this for work.
I love that.
Your hopes, your dreams, your
How
failures.
How many generations was it started?
I don't know exactly when it started. I just know the book's probably 3 inches thick at this point. So you got a lot of cousins, a lot of aunts and uncles, a lot of people who have turned 40, and it's a big deal in our family. So my brother is next up. He turns 40, or maybe he just turned 40. I think he just got it.
He's the same age as me, right?
Yeah, I think he just turned 40 in April. Maybe? Yeah, he definitely did. And he has the book right now, so he's up. He's got to fill that thing out.
If it's 3 inches thick, that makes me wonder if you went back to the first page
How old are we talking here? Yeah, I should know that. I don't remember when it's like what generation of the family started it.
More worried about what's in it.
What are we talking about here? It's 1929.
They're complaining out there. It's not that cold. Like,
I mean, why do
no.
we need to put them all in the same school, you
No,
know? Oh, God, Grandma, no. Now I'm uncomfortable. Now I have bad visions of you guys.
You should market racism era.
What's the cutoff year? This is unacceptable. This, based on society, it can make sense why you felt that way.
Has there ever been multiple 40s in the same year?
Yeah, so you gotta ship it to the next person. So you only got a month or two. They'll give it to you like before you turn 40 to give you time to kind of read through it, and digest and understand when you turn 40. But that's a big deal in our family. 40 bucks gonna be coming my way soon.
That's a really fun idea.
It's a really fun idea. I'm excited to read through all the people, like, you got relatives who are passed on and, like, be a good, like, walk down memory lane of, like, that's what you were doing when you were 40, huh?
Assuming the aliens don't end this all.
Hopefully. We don't get abducted and probed.
It'd be really cool to be the ones to start that. Maybe I'll talk with my wife about that.
There's a new trend right here.
She could do it, then
She could be the first one to fill it out.
And then we pass that on.
Yeah.
That'd be really cool.
You can think about all your nieces and nephews, and they'll go back and read what you were doing when you were 40, 20, 30 years from now, or however many years away it is.
So is it just a journal? Or
it's just like a journal, yeah. And I think it comes with, there's like a book that somebody started, like This Is 40, one of those, like, Chicken Soup for the Soul books.
Yeah.
Was the joke of it, and now people have started writing additional chapters into it.
That's really fun.
Yeah. The Johnson family, man.
So yesterday we were going through birthday stuff, but then we ended up pivoting into vacation stuff. Mm-hmm. We're trying to take a vacation this year.
You got to get a vacation in, man.
But we're not like going super hard in the paint. And I hate to tell you this.
You going in the layup line vacation?
We bought Disneyland passes yesterday.
You're doing Disneyland.
We are.
Let's go.
Now, it's not just a Disneyland vacation.
No, you're just going to be down there.
We're going to San Diego. I've never been to San Diego.
Ooh, sounds delightful.
Trying to line up Padres tickets for our sister station down there. They play the Brewers the week we're there.
Not a bad little series right there. A couple of playoff teams in the NL.
We've got a cousin down there that we can stay with. I'd love to play at Pebble Beach. It's $580, so I will not be playing Pebble Beach.
What about Torrey Pines? Find a San Diego resident, get you on Torrey Pines.
So you can help me with this.
Yeah.
Pebble Beach, I thought that was a thing, that a resident got a discount, and I looked it up. Pebble Beach does not offer that.
Pebble Beach does not. I think Torrey Pines, let me Google it. I think Torrey Pines is the only one.
If Torrey Pines offers it still, I have my cousin's husband. I will ask him to book my tea time.
Let's see.
And I will be absolutely trying to golf Torrey Pines.
I just remember
like $60.
hearing, City of San Diego receives significantly discounted green fees at Torrey Pines. For example, 18-hole resident rate starts as low as $51 on weekdays. Dude,
I'm going to be there on a weekday.
You must purchase a city resident photo golf ID card, so they got some time. Tell them to go get a golf ID card.
Okay.
And then it's only valid for residents living directly inside the San Diego city limits.
I have to show it.
Yeah. You got to you have a cousin that lives down there?
Yeah.
Have them buy the card. I don't know how many.
But at check-in, don't I have to show it to get it?
I don't know if you need one person or multiple. It does not fully. Yeah, give this guy a call and see is he a golfer?
I don't think so.
No, it doesn't help.
If I could play Torrey Pines for $51.
It's a hell of a deal right there.
That's the best deal of my life.
It's got to be one of the best perks. Like, if you do play golf and you live in San Diego, that has to be one of the best perks of living down there.
Well, also,
that's a world-class golf course that's cheaper than, like, Heron Lakes.
I mean,
they play U.S. Opens there.
Here, if you want to play at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon
it's
in summer,
be
you
more
ain't
than
paying $51.
No, some places will be double that.
Yes.
Some places $70, some places $60, but more than $51.
Yeah, so we'll see if I can try to find my way onto that course. I don't know if I will, but we'll figure out San Diego stuff. And then we're driving to L.A. for the one day. We're going to do Disneyland with my sister-in-law and her family.
Okay.
And then we'll go back to San Diego because we mainly just want to check out San Diego.
I've never been to San Diego either.
Yeah, Disney's going to be a one-day. We're getting there early the night before, wake up super early.
Do it for a full day.
Do it for the full. You can do Disneyland in a full day.
Yes.
Do the experience, be done, drive back to San Diego, fly out of San Diego.
How long is the drive from L.A. to San Diego?
It's about, I think it's 2 hours or 3 hours.
Okay, that's not bad.
It's not too bad.
So you're going Eugene or a little bit past Eugene. That's not bad.
It'd be like going to Portland and wanting to go to a Duck game.
That's not bad at all, right? If you can get in and out in a day, you can almost,
I think it's an hour and a half to Disneyland from San Diego.
Yeah, because it's a little bit south of
it's
LA,
an hour
right?
And a half, yeah.
See, that 90 minutes is fine.
I could
go do it for a day. Then you're not there for an entire week, sinking your family fortune in a $10,000 trip to ride roller coasters for 5 days.
There is that part too, yeah.
You do one day. You get your passes, you get your fix. Kids are into roller coasters, you get the hell out of there.
I had an absolute panic attack attack hitting purchase yesterday.
I could imagine so.
So they have a kid deal for the summertime. The kid 3 to 9 is $50.
Good deal.
And then I have 3 other regular passes I have to buy. How much do you think a day? Just one day
for a non 3 to 9 year old
and a non hopper pass. So I can't go to California Adventure.
Just
it's
one.
Only Disneyland.
Only Disneyland
For a Thursday in August.
For a Thursday in August, I'm gonna guess $200 a head.
You're a little high.
Little high, okay.
Little high.
Overshot it a little bit.
Just a little bit.
We're talking about 150, 175?
149.
149.
149 a ticket, and then of course you have to get the lightning multi-lane pass thing.
I mean, you have to.
Because you have to be first in line.
At that point, if you're only doing it for a day, you don't want to spend your entire day waiting in lines for roller coaster rides.
We did it last time. It really was a godsend.
Right? That helps out a little bit.
When you do it with Wyatt and Teddy, I need you to buy that pass.
Not happening, dude. We got Oaks Park in the neighborhood. There's an octopus down there, okay? Go ride that. They got a new roller coaster down there,
They do
man.
have a new roller
There's
coaster.
a new roller coaster. It goes up, it goes down. There's a big drop off. It's all you need.
I miss the mouse.
I do miss the mouse.
You remember the mouse?
I miss the what was the forest dragon, as I want to say, but the pirate ship one.
Oh, yeah.
That would go up and down. It would swing
It
back
was a
and
dragon,
forth.
wasn't it?
I think it was a dragon. I can't
Yeah.
remember the name of the ride, but that was the one.
Did you like that one?
I hated that
Yeah,
ride.
I'm
I
not
hate
a-
roller coaster rides. The
I'm not
feeling
a
of
big fan.
falling, I'm out on, dude. I'm out on that.
Well, a couple of years ago, they have that ride where it's like 3-pronged. So they have like rows in these 3 different sections.
Right.
That makes any sense. And it's one of those, it swings back and forth, but then it starts also spinning.
At the same time.
And then eventually it'll do a full loop
Oh,
because
no.
gravity and momentum.
No, I'm out.
Did you see a couple of years ago, it literally stopped upside down for 30 minutes?
Are you kidding me?
No.
So they're just hanging out up there?
Yeah.
I'm out.
32 minutes, I think, was
I
the
don't-
wait time to get them, to get the machine to come down.
If people are scared of flying, it cracks me up that they can't be scared of roller coasters too. Because I have that fear. Anytime I get on a roller coaster, I think, who checked the nuts and bolts on this thing? Who is in charge of this?
Qualified professional.
Did they go through every single nut and bolt and make sure that these things aren't coming loose and I'm not going to get stuck up here? I'm not going anywhere near that thing. There's been like 5 of those in the news in the last 2 months where
It
people
does
get
feel that
stuck
way.
on a. We got to get fire trucks with the giant ass ladders out there to pull the people off of the roller coaster one at a time.
Yeah.
As they've been up there for 2 hours at the peak of the ride. Nope.
Yeah. I think the one-day Disneyland idea is the best approach.
Without a doubt. If I ever did it, that's the way that I would do it.
What's the ballpark you think of that total price? How much? So my sister-in-law bought a food pass. Like she bought like a food card.
So are we talking for the entire family or just for your foursome?
Just for our foursome.
Just for your
'Cause we
foursome?
purchased it separately.
So you're already in for what, $400, right? At least, maybe $500 for tickets. 150, 150, 150 plus 50
Plus the lightning pass.
plus the how
For
much?
everybody.
How much is the lightning pass?
I actually don't remember what it said it was.
Okay.
My wife and I were just like, we're going to go to the lines that are the shortest.
Yeah, I mean, if you're doing one day, you don't. It's different. Maybe if you're there for a week and you can sit around in line for a little bit. But if you're
they
there,
tell you where to go. It literally in the app is. I will say this: you may hate it.
sure,
That Disneyland app is
Points in the right
exceptional.
direction.
You open it and it literally says Space Mountain right now, 15-minute wait.
Oh,
And so you dart over, you go to the lightning lane pass.
let's get over there as quick as we can.
15, you pass everybody who's depressed in line.
Right, watching you
And
go
then
by
it
'em.
says this ride, 10-minute wait. Like you just jump to where it's telling you because of the line.
Seems like that should be illegal. Have to be able to jump people in line for a ride.
You got to pay that extra dough, Ray me, buddy.
Yes.
I'm paying more money than those people in line. Dude.
I would be so pissed being one of those dads. It's like 97 degrees and you've been standing in line for an hour and 10 minutes and all these fast pass people keep lightning McQueen. Who are you? Now you're getting on the roller coaster before me? I'd be livid, yelling the entire time. There's no way you get out of there for a day. If that's already in the 500 range, right, and this doesn't count food for the fam, everything else that goes into it, are we counting your one-night stay too?
Well, that's being bought with points.
Okay, that's a points
And that's
buy.
not on Disneyland. That's the across the street Anaheim hotel.
Smart move right there.
Dude, you ain't getting me on the Disneyland.
Check out an
hotel.
Angels game while you're there. I'm gonna say you're gonna be just about $1,000 for the day.
$1,000.
I think $1,000 for
now,
the
you're
day.
You're not counting food, are you?
I am counting food.
I haven't bought food.
Okay.
So-
well, I'm saying if I plan on top of what you're gonna spend while you're down there,
Okay.
you're gonna buy something there too. Like you're not getting out of Disneyland without buying something.
Yeah, you think I'm walking out without ears?
Right.
I'll tell you what I'm thinking about doing.
you're buying something?
I might be leaning into the nerdum,
Oh,
and I might do the lightsaber creation journey. So you can make a lightsaber
You can
at
make-
this experience.
oh, now we're over $1,000.
Oh, it's like $500.
$500 for a made lightsaber?
Happy Friday, guys.
Hey, what's up, Schulte?
No, I did the lightsaber thing. It's like 300, maybe
300.
275.
Okay.
What is it worth it?
Yes. Damn right
If you
it
love
is.
Star Wars, it is.
So you get like your own lightsaber
No,
to
you
take
literally
home?
build it. It's
Yeah.
you and a bunch of people.
Okay.
They give you all. You choose your crystal.
You gotta
What
have
color
your-
you want your lightsaber.
Ooh,
Red, blue, green.
give me a green one. I want a
Okay.
green lightsaber.
You take that. You put it in these parts. You ship it out. It comes out and it delivers. It's a lightsaber.
Just so you know, though, they don't.
Super nerdy.
Oh, no. It's pretty awesome. They don't give you the option to do like a Luke Skywalker, Darth Maul, or Obi-Wan. It's like just a random, what do they call it, a hilt for a lightsaber? So
Oh, okay.
You're paying, but not like choosing. I kind of was upset that I did this, like, create your own lightsaber journey, because what was it, a year ago that my wife and I went? It was awesome, but then I went to the store right next to it afterwards and saw that I could have had like a Luke Skywalker lightsaber for like the same price. So you're building a cool lightsaber, but it's not related to any
Is
of the
it customized in any way for you?
Yes, you can pick different like types of parts.
Features and stuff?
Yeah, put the
Okay.
thing
But it's
together. You
not-
make
Okay,
it,
but
yeah.
do you like
Character
get your
specific.
name on it? Does it say like Dirt's lightsaber?
I don't.
It
Why,
does not.
I
no.
want it engraved. It's
What
my
Jedi would
lightsaber.
put Dirt's
Can I put my
lightsaber?
number on there? Number 10? Can I have a
Kinda
number
cool if
10?
you could, but
right?
no.
No, I can't have that. Like
I
at the
probably
bottom of the
won't
bat.
do this, but I want to.
I just had to chime in for this unbelievable nerdy conversation that I am absolutely
We took
willing.
a hard nerd turn here,
We did,
real
yeah.
quick. I
willing
didn't know
to
how
be-
we got
willing to be
here.
part of it.
633
633
just for the tickets,
total price for everything. Yeah.
just to get in the park.
So now we're dealing with breakfast, lunch, and dinner. At least you got the room coverable points. If you go lightsaber, you're well over $1,000.
Oh,
for
we'll
a
be
day.
getting breakfast at McDonald's before we walk into the park.
Smart move. Get some egg
Do you
muffins.
guys do like a meal? Like they will do like inside one of the rides. They have like a nice little restaurant, but you have to prepay for all that. And
Oh,
it's
we're
like
probably going to go to
$200 a head.
Pizza Planet, do pizza slices for like $7 each.
That's what my wife and I did.
Yeah, that's
There's
a smart
lunch.
move.
Lunch is cheap.
Yeah, you can find a way to eat for
And then
cheap.
dinner, there's a place that serves off the main drag in Disney that serves the killer fried chicken.
Oh, okay.
We ate there last time. It was delicious.
So food won't be too expensive
Food
then.
won't be as bad as you think.
The big swing will be to Sprague come home with a custom lightsaber.
There is that.
If
yeah.
you do,
If
then
you
I'm
do, you
bringing
gotta-
mine in.
Oh, yeah, next time Schultz fills in.
Yes.
You guys can have a lightsaber battle.
Absolutely not. But
turn the lights off on the YouTube.
my God. Actually, mine makes a sound every time I walk by it in my office.
Does it really?
Yeah, because it's just in the case.
Come
And
play with me. Come play with
It
me.
Yeah,
breathes
it's like-
like Darth Vader.
Does it really?
Yes, it really does. It is not on. I checked. So get ready for that.
Schultz.
Well, happy Friday, everybody. Let's get it going. Let's start with this. USA. USA.
Yeah, we played our backups. Who cares?
Dude, soccer, the World Cup has a weird thing.
It's a good game, though.
It was a great game.
Entertaining.
It literally came down the last couple seconds. Let's start with the World Cup. Dirt and Sprague, 105.1 The Fan.
Now, here's a quick look at Portland traffic.
Vancouver. get in. Chance for a cross. Comes back to the top of the box. Now it's clipped in at the backside. Matt Turner, it's stopped home. Turkey scored the winning goal in the 98th minute.
John Strong, Fox Sports on the call. We got a nutmeg in the game winner for Turkey beating USA yesterday. How about that?
Love a good nutmeg whenever it happens.
That's an all-time great nickname for a move.
It absolutely
A
is.
nutmeg. It works in every sport. It's so good.
You got nutmeg. What happened to you over there? Got nutmeg.
Did you see they showed Scottie Pippen last night at the World Cup?
Dude.
And did you hear John Strong's comment?
I absolutely did. And John Strong is already a local legend.
He's the same.
He's
round of
already a
applause?
hero.
Oh, my
As a
God.
University of Oregon grad, voice of the tip. Like, dude, that guy has gone places locally. Him shouting out Scottie Pippen, known Portland Trailblazer, was unquestionably the highlight of the night.
How many Bulls fans lost their S?
What?
Blazer!
What are you talking about over there?
Get out of here.
Amen for John Strong, dude. We all remember him the most from his time in Portland.
How could we forget?
Who could forget the
ridiculous.
long-tenured Portland Trailblazer Scottie Pippen?
I find it. I've always found this about soccer. The World Cup is a little different, but you get this a little bit in the Premier League, is what I learned. When certain things are already clinched and done, and I know Turkey has seemed like maybe they were playing for a hope and a prayer.
Are they still alive?
I
don't know anything other than what our route is.
The broadcast made it sound like even at the end, in like the 90th minute, I thought I heard them say slim chances, but
Okay, they need a
they
win,
need
but
stuff
maybe
to happen, I think.
need a couple of dominoes to fall their way.
But I'll look it up, and I
I mean-
don't think it's likely they're advancing.
Strong on the final call even said, like, as they won, it was, well, they may not be going on, but they're having fun tonight.
Yeah,
or
I think,
something
I
got
think
like
it.
maybe
that.
that's what it was. Maybe I heard it that way then. So they are not, and USA is. They already know who they're going to play.
Yep.
But it's still odd to like watch your team lose in the last 10 seconds of a soccer match in the World Cup.
A little tough.
And look, I know Pulisic came on late, but we largely played most of the backups. But it was still
Yeah.
it's still such an odd feeling to lose something
Right.
on the big stage, being undefeated and being a wagon, and then be like, it doesn't matter. We're moving on.
Yeah, that's the only tough part when you get group play, and it's not like you can't do a single elimination tournament, although that certainly would be entertaining if you had a bracket to fill out and it was one game. You lose one game and you're done, and goal differential doesn't matter and any of that stuff. We'd probably embrace it a little bit more as fans because this is the tricky part with group play. They've already won the group. Last night
they were
literally
eliminated,
didn't matter.
By the way, going into that game against USA.
Okay, they were already
just played
eliminated.
for pride.
And, hey, good for them, dude, because they played with a lot of pride. They played hard. It got feisty near the end of the first half.
It
A couple of guys go forehead to forehead, yelling at each other. John Strong's yelling at the ref to get control of the game. Got control down there. It was entertaining. It is a very weird feeling. Like you're watching it, but you're not watching it with the same level of enthusiasm and excitement than you were the opening game where it's like, all right, first game of the World Cup, let's see how this looks. And then you get Australia and Seattle, and the atmosphere is great. Not that it wasn't last night, but that win, and you knew what it meant. Now it's just a formality. Like, let's just stay healthy and get out of this. And how many backups did they end up playing last night? Felt like half the team wasn't even the normal starters from the first two games. You mentioned Pulisic. He came on at the end in the second half and got a couple of minutes, which it's nice to see him healthy and running around a little bit.
Yeah.
But they play. I mean, it was their backup squad that they played, and they lost 3-2. Weird feeling because it should matter. It's a World Cup game, but ultimately it doesn't matter in any way, shape, or form.
So the USA is going to move on. They lose last night to Turkey again in like the last 20 seconds of the match. So they're going to play Herzegovina, and then is it Bosnia? Bosnia is the other one, right?
I think
Am I wrong?
That's the same.
it's the same country.
Bosnia Herzegovina is one country.
is the one
one nation.
country. It's one
Okay.
nation under God, indivisible,
With liberty?
Not
and
really.
justice for all.
I
Okay,
doubt
good
it,
to
but
know.
sure.
Good to know. I think that's what I'm enjoying about the World Cup is how little I know about all of the bracket. I'm just learning as I'm watching.
Yes.
And so moves on to the knockout stage. I was like, okay, cool. Go Mexico. That's cool.
Okay. All right. They're good at least.
We're in the knockout stage.
I'm learning new things about. I didn't know Cape Verde was a country.
Yeah.
Learning
got
that in the tournament.
Turkey is Turkey.
Turkey has
Like a lot of people learn
changed
that.
their name.
Yeah.
They've switched over.
Yeah, I have a little bone to pick with that, guys.
Ooh.
Not huge. It's just I'm a little confused on what to say because Strong was calling it Turkey on the call last night.
Yeah.
Yes.
We don't say like Italia or Brasilia. We say Brazil or Italy. Like
But Well, they say Brazil.
Brazil.
Brazil. We say Brazil.
exactly because we're speaking. It's
Right.
for our American.
So I don't think it's I think
English-speaking
it's like they legitimately
It's their
changed the
name.
name of the country.
Yeah,
So
like,
it is
From like
Yolanda
it's not
Turkey.
Italy anymore, it's Italia anymore. Like
It
they
says-
literally changed the name.
it says Turkey on the map.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to figure that out now. Okay.
Yeah,
Because Czechoslovakia did that as well. Where I don't know how many years ago
Czechia.
the general area became
yeah.
Czechia. Now
Yeah.
it's Czechia, and a lot of people were like, "Where the hell is what?" Huh?
Right.
And it took a long time to kind of adjust. I think that's legitimately what happened. The country is no longer named Turkey. It is
right.
Turkey.
I was, yeah, you're right. I did get that wrong. It was being phrased as Bosnia and
And is this two countries, one country,
the United States and America.
and can we combine with Mexico for our soccer team?
I don't think that's going to be.
We'd be pretty unstoppable if we could.
I don't believe that will be allowed to happen.
Can we be a North American team? Can we get a
Canada, Mexico,
Yeah,
America,
dude.
one super team?
I feel like
one-
the Mexican
continents?
cartels would be like, no,
They don't
our
wanna-
soccer players are better than yours.
They send their drugs up here. Let's team up together.
Just play the 7 continents tournament.
Yes,
There we
now
go.
we're talking.
Then everybody can combine all their teams.
Oh, the European continent would probably
They would dominate
They
us.
would probably
Yeah, they
dominate.
would probably
South
dominate
America would be pretty good too.
My wife wanted to pop into the liquor store last night,
I mean, why not? It's a Thursday.
so we go in there, and I'm not getting anything, so I'm just like looking on the shelves, and I always look up to see some of the higher end alcohol that I'm never going to buy, and I see a bottle of tequila, and it was $3.99, and they didn't even show the bottle; it was just in a really fancy box.
Right.
And I asked the lady, I'm like, hey, has anybody bought that $400 tequila? And she looks up and she goes, it's kind of dusty. I don't think no, nobody's bought that. Nobody's bought that. And I was like, yeah, that's a lot of money. And she goes, but I'll tell you what they are buying. The one next to it, that FIFA bottle. And I go, what?
Oh.
And she shows me the bottle, and it's the same company, same maker, but it's a $200 bottle. And it's a FIFA exclusive soccer one. And she goes, yeah, just the other day I had a gentleman come in here. He was in full Mexican gear. And he's like, oh, I got to have that. So I had to grab the ladder and go get it. And I was like, that's awesome.
Got to get your commemorative bottle of tequila from the World Cup.
I mean, if you're spending $200 on a really nice bottle of tequila, but
Is
you're
it like-
splitting it 12 ways, I
yeah.
mean,
If you split it, it's not that bad.
if
Or
you're
is it?
splitting it, whatever.
Is it in the shape of the trophy? Like, what is it? Or does it just
No.
say World Cup on it?
I don't even know if it said World Cup. I think it just says FIFA on the box. It's
Okay.
green.
I want one in the shape of the trophy.
And I think the bottle it's one of those like bells at the top of the bottles. Have you seen these?
I have not seen those.
I forget the name of the other company that does that, but
you
the
ring
really
the bell when you're done.
like the top of the bottle, yeah, it has like a little bell on it or something.
Yeah, I've not been in a liquor store in a while.
It'd been a hot minute for
I've
me
not
as
ventured
well.
into one in quite some time.
Yeah.
It's not a normal stop for me. But
Well, I
if you
mean-
gave me one that was the shape of the trophy, I'd contemplate buying it. Like twist off the top, now I'm drinking, and then I have something that I'm going to actually want to keep for in terms of an empty bottle, like when I'm done with it.
How many people would have to be at a World Cup watch party, let's say at your house, for
To
you to
buy
buy a
that?
$400 bottle?
A lot.
Like, would you spend $40?
Yeah,
there
I'd
was
spend
10 of you?
$40, $10, or 10 people, $40 a person. I would consider doing
I'd
that.
assume you each get probably 2 cocktails out of that.
Probably.
Would be my guess.
Yeah, out of an entire bottle for 10 people,
And then
at
you
least 2 cocktails.
It's a $20 cocktail.
Shot every time you're scoring a goal. Now we're having a great time.
Are you going to a bar and spending less than $20 on a really high-end cocktail? Probably not.
We should do that for other trophies as well. Like if they sold a Lombardi trophy that was a bottle of booze and you just twist off the football at the top and booze comes out of it. Obviously not full size. I don't need a full size Lombardi.
Sure.
Maybe a shrunken down, maybe a fourth of the size. I'd buy that bottle.
See, the Stanley Cup one would have to be they give you Stanley Cup cups.
Yes.
The bottle couldn't
The bottle
be the cup.
can't fill. Yeah.
It'd have to be the cups are the cup.
You buy some sort of Canadian, vodka or whatever, and it
Yeah.
comes with a Stanley Cup that you can drink out of while you're doing it.
Exactly. That's what makes it better.
I think we just created a good idea here.
The scenes in Kansas City, by the way, yesterday with Norway,
Oh, wild.
unbelievable.
Wild.
So-
The scene of them walking down the street to the stadium, did you see?
That's what I was talking about.
Yes, it was like 800 million people were there.
They did the fast forward video where it shows you when there's nobody there versus like when they start to go to the stadium, and it just, I don't know, man. Within a split second, it goes from almost nobody to just everybody.
Just filling the entire streets.
It was nuts.
How are there this many people here from your country?
They were lighting those the smoke flares
Yeah.
that were orange. They were letting those off. I follow a couple people at our sister station in Kansas City that do radio over there. They're posting like they're wearing the orange gear
Yeah.
to just fit in with the crowd. They're taking selfies with everybody. They're going crazy.
I wonder how many people in the area, because when I saw that video, I thought there's really that many people from from the country, and then you realize there's probably some people who are living in the United States who maybe their family's from there or they're rooting for that team. It's their ancestral home, so maybe they're watching.
Oh, you get a lot of people with if they have Norway in the
Yeah,
back.
my great-grandmother was
Exactly.
born in Norway or whatever.
They're
and
gonna do it.
I also thought, like, to your point, and I'm glad you brought that up, because I've thought this, if we would have had that, but, like, the United States wasn't playing here, like, if we got games at Providence Park and we had, I don't know, Japan versus Sweden yesterday.
Yeah.
Dude, I do have some Swedish blood in me. I would have totally just gone in cosplay for one of the countries, just for the fun of it. Sit in the crowd, yell, do the chants the entire game, just to experience what it's like. I wonder how many people did that in Kansas City. They're walking down, give me an orange shirt, let's go, baby. I'm going to be one of you today.
I think a lot of people are doing this.
I think that would be really fun.
I mean, how many, are we really convinced that's all of Scotland?
I don't think so.
I think there's I've seen guys in Portland in kilts.
It's got to be Scottish people.
So I think you're just getting everybody just jumping in and jumping on.
Get some Scottish Americans. Ecuador beat Germany yesterday. That was pretty bananas.
Stunning upset.
Massive, massive upset.
By
and
the
they
way,
entered the knockout round.
the U.S. Plays next Wednesday in Santa Clara against
Yes.
Bosnia-Herzegovina.
Yes,
Round of 32.
Next Wednesday, we already know our game. We don't know any of the other games that day yet. I think there's 3 games that day. They're one of them. They're a minus 225 favorite to win that game. Now we're into the knockout round. Now it's going to start getting fun.
Let's see. We got, we're the only one we know so far.
It's interesting because there was a lot of excitement when it started, and then now I'm just kind of to the point where I'm excited for good games. Like I'm excited for more marquee matchups.
I'd
Stakes.
legit be excited. Like if I think Seattle hosts a semifinals matchup, like
I
if
believe
that-
so.
Yeah, if that's a possible, lineup with the U.S. getting to Seattle for that would be really cool.
Yeah, there's a game that Thursday as well, or next Wednesday, I should say, in Seattle. They got one too, one of the knockout round games.
Yeah, the 32.
Well,
the
did
knockout,
you
yeah.
see that they're trying to today? Egypt and Iran are trying to get them to not have Pride Night at Lumen Field.
Yeah, good luck with that, guys.
For one, I'm surprised.
Would you love to see one of their leaders against Mayor Katie Wilson in Seattle, just to see them talking? Like that would be hilarious. Like my God,
Who? Yeah.
How
not
do you
to go political, but it would be funny.
Of all the, is that the only Pride Night game of the entire World Cup?
If there is another one, I haven't seen it.
Did we pick that as like a joke?
They
Was it
picked
like-
it before the matchup.
Okay, so before
I
we
think
knew
they
who was playing in the game.
day at the stadium,
The June
and
26th
then it
date.
ended up being Egypt and Iran, and we were like,
Was there nobody in the higher ups that was like, maybe we should just pick a different?
Joe Fish is going to that match,
Joe Fish is going to be there tonight.
and I think he's wearing a rainbow shirt.
I told him he should between Egypt and Iran. I mean, who are you going to root for there? It's kind of tough. Probably Egypt. They got the better player.
Could you make like a super gay Mo Salah jersey?
I don't think that would be a very good idea.
No, I wouldn't do that.
I'm gonna go ahead and go out on a limb and say don't.
Well, but the teams are legitimately asking them to.
Yeah. Like if you thought the Giants players writing things on their hat for Pride Night was a big deal,
Yeah.
this is a little bit of a higher degree of being against the festivities of the evening in Seattle.
Just a smidge.
Just a smidge.
Just a little bit.
more concrete in their stance against the
I'm
issue.
going to have to turn it on and see what that looks like.
I mean, I will be watching.
And I'll be curious what Joe reports back because he's taking his kid to the game.
Yeah, we're taking little Joey's going.
Be on alert.
He's into soccer.
Be on alert.
Couple
Weird
$100.
times.
Yeah, I'm staying away from that one.
Weird times. All right, we got a lot more to get into. Dirt and Sprague. We will talk about. By the way, the Mets just fired their manager.
Oh, what took you so long?
No kidding.
So bad.
That
The
was
most
Mendoza, right?
expensive roster. Yeah, Carlos Mendoza's been
They had
fired.
6 infield errors 2 nights ago.
They're so bad.
Get out of
Hey,
here.
Juan Soto's in 300. Woo!
Micah Nori, he was introduced yesterday. We'll talk about some Micah Nori, bring some audio to you coming up at the top of the 7 a.m. hour. Dirt and Sprague back with more 641 on the Fan. Oh, happy Friday, everybody. Life may not be perfect, but if you're out and about right now, try to enjoy what you can.
A couple of checkbacks to the opening segment, by the way.
Sure.
One listener said, you absolutely have to play Tory. I played there last year, $85 with the resident, and you just need one person to have the resident rate.
Do they have? Okay. Do they have to play with me? I don't
Yes.
know if the guy plays golf.
I think he has to play with you.
So it'd be like a mix of. Imagine you get to play Torrey Pines,
right?
But with Patrick Harris.
Oh, that's still a yes.
It's still a yes for me. It's still a yes.
How
for
many
me.
shots per hole do you allow?
I would just tell him to pick up after 10 on every hole.
Okay.
Or just like if he's really that bad, I'd offer to honestly probably pay for his round. Because if you told me I could play Torrey for 160,
maybe he's good. I'm
I would
not
do
a very
it.
good golfer
Sure.
myself.
And
Torrey's
if he's-
probably gonna eat me alive.
dude, if he's terrible, just go drop at the 150 stick and play your way in. You know?
Is there like an economy down there of people selling their access? Like, hey guys,
I
I'm a
imagine
local
there is.
residence,
Yes.
resident, and if you want to
That's
come
a
golf
great
here
idea,
for a discount,
Schulte.
pay me $200.
Because if you told
great
somebody
idea.
they could play Torrey Pines for 130,
I'd do it in a heartbeat.
But that 130 versus what 85
Right.
is the fee of the residency. They would sign up for that all day.
All
in my
day.
mind, Torrey Pines is a $600 course.
I mean, to your point, if you want to go play Pebble Beach, how much are you paying? It's $500
I
plus
think
dollars.
legitimately it was $580.
Yeah.
I
So
mean,
it's
check Craigslist. Seriously, like, I bet people are down there doing that right
I
now.
would be
old
whoring
Smokey
myself
Joe's back
out.
behind the clubhouse, lighting up a heater. Time you try to get on. Got a 1220. All right, let's go, Smokey Joe. I'm in, man.
What's your handicap?
What's your handicap?
Okay, we can't play strokes.
I'll give you 2 strokes aside.
That's a good idea, Schulte. I would do that if I lived down there.
What else happened? Somebody said about the age thing. I'm 72. You're wrong. It still hurts every year. But another one, I made a bigger deal about 40 than I did 50.
See, this is my point, though. The 72-year-old, thank you for chiming in.
Yeah.
I understand 72. It hurts. But when you hit 60, did it feel different than when you hit 40,
Yes.
50, and 70?
Did they all feel the same?
I'm going to bet 60 for whatever dumb reason I have in my brain. Yes, it just feels like a little bit more of a party.
We have somebody turning 60 in a couple weeks who has chimed in.
Okay.
Saying, you're absolutely right. Anything over 50 just feels like the same category. It's just a little bit older.
Yeah.
And, of course, everything hurts a little bit more.
Well, yeah, there's that. Yeah.
So you got that. Somebody
The
said
hurt part, yeah.
once I hit my 50s, I had to use my iPhone calculator to figure out my age.
I think a couple surveys have said most people agree that like 40s is the best decade. So you made the point about
40s are the best years of your life.
yeah,
huh?
because you've kind of
You're
got
the
it
most
to-
mature.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're definitely like...
peak of your career, hopefully.
Exactly, and you don't care as much. You're kind of starting to be like, you know what? I'll just wear the stretch pants as opposed to like try to look like people start to lose
Your insecurities fade.
exactly.
Right.
They're just kind of like
tremendously.
whatever. at that
What am I worried about? I don't care what you think.
That's
You
a
said
good point,
50 at the
Schulte.
top of the roller coaster. That's a good one.
The insecurities dropping off because you get into your 40s, even if by the end of your 30s it's kicked in, the mid to early 30s, you're still in like the 20s mentality of like,
Yes.
I care a little bit.
Yes.
I want to be viewed as this. Now, some people don't have that. They just have it turned off in their brains and they don't care and they never have.
Social media hasn't helped that either.
Right.
There's a keeping up with the Joneses aspect of seeing what people are doing. Like, God, that looks like a great life, even though it's all a lie.
Well, I've always said this. Like, I had a daughter at 25, was in no way ready for it, but then, you know, we had it, and here we go. I don't feel like I was a legitimate adult in the way that we talk about being an adult until I was
No.
like 32.
No, yeah.
There was a lot of things in my 20s I'm like,
Look back on.
still a big idiot.
Probably shouldn't have
I
done
mean, I'm
that.
still an idiot,
Right.
but, you know, even more so.
It's a different level of an idiot. That is a very good point, and I'm very thankful for that reason that I did wait, because I was as bad as you could be in your 20s.
We'll get to the Mike and Nori stuff coming up here at the top of the hour. What did you make? Because I don't want to spend another show.
Let's do it.
I just want to get your thoughts on the front office tweet that went super viral yesterday and got every media member in the country basically quote tweeting it, making fun of Tom Dundon. Now, if I can find, I just had this on my timeline.
Go find Rachel Nichols. I know she has it. We have literal children without functional schools. What are we doing here?
Yeah, so front office
You'll pay your
sports,
teachers argument, huh?
which is kind of an aggregator of just headlines.
Yes,
and they
that's
find
where
ways to
all
get
of
you to
these are
click.
coming from. They're aggregators that take little things and put quotes in somebody's mouth and everybody reacts to it.
By the way, Caleb Williams lost his trademark for Iceman to George
Good,
Gervin.
as he should.
As
He's
he
not.
should.
He's not the Iceman.
Damn it, they tweet a lot.
Yeah.
I'm not going to find it, but it basically was Tom Dundon says he will not give any money for $600 million renovation of arena. And everybody quote tweeted that, and it's It's certainly gone viral. I will tell you that much. There's a lot of national media members that saw this and were like, oh my God, what is happening? And then you get into some of the weeds of the aggregation, and it's school this, school that, funding this, billionaires that, and it's been an annoying conversation. I had a media member I texted with yesterday that was at the press conference, and just, going back and forth, and asked how I was doing. I said, I'm really tired of talking about Tom Dundon. Other than that, though, I'm really excited about the hire, and I'm excited to get to see where the roster's going to go.
Yeah, free agency opens in a couple of days.
And they said amen, and then this front office sports thing came out, and I couldn't stop seeing it. Yeah, it said Trailblazer own Tom Dundon wants taxpayers to pay the entire $600 million for the team renovations, and then there's a quote from him, and that's it.
Yeah, it's a good reminder of how easy it is to manipulate narratives via social media and overlook key details and key facts of the story that if you live in the area, you know. Now, the idea of, again, giving money to a billionaire might still be taboo for some. I think there's ways around that of explaining where the money's coming from, the taxes that we're using, the length of the lease that may or may not be signed, and how much money it would actually end up being per year. There being some sort of rent payment, revenue share. Like, there's ways to actually explain this that I think would make sense to most level-headed people, and it wouldn't be a national freakout. But this is what happens on social media, man. People see headlines. People like being outraged. If you're outraged about something on social media, you know what you're likely to get? A lot of reaction, a lot of retweets, a lot of comments, a lot of, follow backs and all of that. And so it just becomes an echo chamber of people yelling about an issue on social media. And all the people yelling about a random front office sports headline are going to move on in 72 hours to whatever the next thing is to be outraged by. It just, there is a feeling of, and this is locally and nationally to a certain extent, of just sharks circling in the water over any time the name is brought up, any sort of storyline that could be had about him, and it sparks the same outrage, and then it gets quiet for a couple of days, and then something comes up, and it's the same outrage, and I'm in 100% agreement with you. I cannot wait until our Blazer conversations are not about the arena funding. Why did we give our coach only a 1-year contract? And it's more about, hey, we added X, Y, and Z to our roster. We're projected to win X amount of games. Here are our odds. Let's start talking actual basketball. We will be there at some point, but it's going to take a while to get there.
The best day of our lives collectively, I think, will be the city announcing the funding going through.
Yes.
The lease being signed.
Kill that story for 20 years.
And then all we'd have after that is, well, there's still going to be random cheap stories that pop up.
Of course there will.
Because people will leak stuff. They always do.
My hope is, though, that if there is some sort of proof and pudding of, like, we get 3 or 4 years down the road and the arena deal is done, so that topic is gone, and let's say Mike Nori wins and we give him a 5-year extension paying him $7 million a year.
Right.
Or we're in the luxury tax more often than we're not because we're pushing and we're trying to win. All of the other stuff will evaporate and fade away.
Well, by the way, who just won the title?
Carolina Hurricanes?
No.
Oh, New York Knicks?
New York Knicks.
Yes, they did.
See a little funny story yesterday? Jim Dolan, big rich Jim Dolan in New York City, might not bring Mitchell Robinson back because guess why?
I'm not paying that luxury tax.
I won't pay that tax.
Can we all shift the focus to him, or because he won a championship, we're not allowed to criticize
Well, it's
him?
okay if you win the championship.
Okay, got
That's
it.
the rule.
But only in one sport, not the other. Got it. Okay, I'm just trying to make sure I keep my scoreboard right here.
Loaded second hour. Let's get to know Mike Nori, new head coach of the Blazers, had his opening press conference yesterday. Dive into that hour 2. Dirt and Sprague 105.1, The Fan.
The new
at that. Right on the dot. Good morning. Happy 7 a.m. Happy Friday, everybody. Hope your weekend is lined up to be all right. I know it's going to rain, but hopefully you got some plans.
We need it, man. 4th of July is next weekend. We got to have fires everywhere. Does this mean we can line off fireworks in Portland since it's raining this week?
How about you just do a drone show?
Are they banned again?
Fire danger's not high right now. So
That's
they
what I'm
better not
saying.
be.
Did Portland ban fireworks already?
I feel like they did, yeah.
Did we
Like
already?
Don't you
forever?
feel like they've
Is it
banned-
permanently banned? I thought it was
Well,
like a year-by-year
ground
basis.
fireworks are allowed, but isn't
I don't
anything
think
over 3
technically
feet
anything is allowed. I think that's been our stance the last few years. Like, you can't light off anything.
There's
Yes.
no way that's true.
It's definitely true.
On the ground?
Like, they're not going to do anything about it. They don't have cops going neighborhood to
I've
neighborhood
literally
locking you up.
Okay, I'm going to share a
Send
story.
ice out.
From 6 years ago.
Yeah.
We were in a Portland neighborhood, like proper Portland neighborhood, with a friend and family member. And I bought a ton of in-the-air fireworks. I just went super hard in the paint. And we lit them off, and they're going up, and the neighbors are enjoying the show. We're doing it responsibly.
Mm-hmm.
A cop literally stopped, got out,
Yeah, buddy.
yeah! Moved it on. Didn't
They-
do anything.
Dude, I guarantee
care.
if you could give truth serum to cops, the idea of them arresting people for fireworks is probably like the bottom of the things on the list that they would want to do.
Are they supposed to arrest or citation?
I
think
don't
those are
know.
different
I
things.
guess, yes. But even either way, I'm not. You're driving around neighborhoods giving citations to people having fun on the 4th of July. And by the way, we passed a permanent ban
On any?
of sale, possession, and use of all permanent fireworks year-round. That includes even small ground-based devices like sparklers. Sparkler, you could light
When
off.
did we do this?
2022, Portland City Council.
Okay, so maybe it's just within the Portland city limits because I'm telling you, I've
Yes,
seen
yeah.
fireworks
People still
stands.
no. Here's what
It
I'm
is
saying.
just in the city.
Yeah, it's definitely just in the city. Like
So
you can go
can't
out,
do it, I can.
and people still light off fireworks.
Oh yeah,
they
I
still
know.
do it.
They're gonna go crazy.
Has there been any sort of now? Maybe there has. Have we had any mathing over the last 3 years that shows us that this has had an impact?
Like in a positive way?
Yes.
I
Have the fires gone down in the last 3 years? Do we have less fires?
do we have a bunch of city fires, by the way.
I don't.
The forest fires are
forest
one
fires
thing.
are a big deal. If anything, ban fireworks at like Mount Hood. Don't let them go light them off up there.
yeah, exactly.
That should be illegal.
That I get.
Fully supportive, or the gorge. Fully support all of that.
But did like Eastmoreland almost burn down? Did I miss that?
We're running for our lives.
Eastmoreland golf course fireworks.
That
man.
fountain
Got in
that goes
neighborhood.
5 feet in the air in the middle of the street is going to tear us all down.
Good morning. Happy Friday, everybody.
Hello,
We have,
everybody.
We had a lot of fun in the first hour of the radio program. Do you feel better about turning 60 than you did 40? You could chime in on that. We got to that. Talked a little World Cup, USA losing yesterday to Turkey, but it doesn't matter. We move on to the knockout stage next Wednesday at Santa Clara. And then if you missed our accounts that are aggregating Tom Dundon stories, then getting national reaction, so we're getting more feedback on Tom Dundon being a cheap tightwad.
Yes.
From the likes of Rachel Nichols. You can find all of that from the 6 a.m. hour on the Fan Sports Network, the podcast of Dirt and Sprague. A lot to get to here in the second hour of the radio program. Mike and Nori had the press conference yesterday.
He did. We met our new head coach.
I don't want to be hypercritical.
We have a criticism of the press conference. Did he lose the press conference to Brandon Sprague?
Well, you can't. I mean, unless
You can lose it.
Unless you're Adam Gase, you can't lose a press conference.
Or a general manager takes a sip of a bottle of water to shut down questions over sexual assault allegations from 30 years ago.
You're right. We did lose a
We
press
did
conference.
lose, yeah,
We
the
did.
last time we
Yeah,
hired a coach.
we did.
And they
That's
pretended
right.
we interviewed Becky Hammond.
That's right.
Yeah. Remember that? Good times.
Well, you can lose it. It's largely
Jody Allen would never. Never.
It's almost impossible to lose a press conference.
Almost impossible. It has a 99% success rate.
No, my criticism was going to be us.
Oh.
Patrick carried this, and it took forever for us to get the feed up because the Trailblazers were actually having trouble, I think, on the website.
They were running late too because I pulled up. I watched the one I watched was later on KGW. I didn't see it live.
Yeah.
and they had like 20 minutes of maybe not even 20, but like 15 minutes of the event will start soon. The event will start soon, and then they walked out.
Well, when we've done things like this in the past, because we've been in a different time slot in the past, we've done the thing of bump the normal clock. And Patrick cut after 2 quotes from Cronin, and Mike Nori was about to start, and he goes, "We'll be right back." on the fan.
On the fan.
And I was like, why?
Why
are we breaking?
You got to go to break. We
Carry
didn't get a breaks
the whole
in.
thing.
We don't know. They didn't start on time. This isn't our fault.
Figure it out.
Let me
man.
know what time you're going to. How about we start a press? There's a fair critique. Start a press conference when you say you're going to start a press conference.
I almost text Patrick like, dude, don't break. Don't
keep
break.
going. Keep going. I want to hear the answer.
There's like 7 feeds. There was Coin, there was KGW.
I don't know.
there's
Yeah, all the
three
local news
Blazers
channels
feed.
were there.
Okay.
Yeah, we used ours. I think we got ours from K2.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the one we used. But so Micah Nori is introduced at the press conference yesterday. Here is Micah Nori. What do you want to start with here? You want to start with contract stuff, or let's start with the message to Rip City?
Let's start with the contract stuff. Let's just get it out of the way.
Okay,
the elephant in the room.
Yeah, here's Micah Nori on the contract that he signed, the 1-year guarantee, 2-year team options. That became a big deal.
I spoke to JB today, and he called me, and I said the way that I took that comment was that he is the president of 285 coaches, and he is defending his union. I sit on the board of that coaches group, and then we had a very good conversation, and we're fine. I'm fine with what he said. He has no bearing on me and how my feel is. As far as the contract goes and the way it's set up, the way that I look at this is opportunity. For 28 years, the first 25 of which I never had an agent. So every decision that I made, never once did money come into play or the years. I look at the opportunity, knowing if I am successful, that all those other things will take care of themselves. And for 28 years, I've been very, very fortunate. I'd like nothing more than in about 5, 6, 7 years to Joe be the first guy to ever fire me in the NBA. So 28 years I've been on a bench. And the way I look at it when you talk about opportunity is, number one, do I believe that I can do the job? Yes, I do. Do I believe in this roster? Do I believe in Drew Holiday and Denny Advia and Dame Lillard and City and Donovan and Scoot? And the list goes on and on. Yes, I do. Do I believe in Joe? Absolutely. You look at the roster that has been in the playoffs, we're adding Dame, and where we can go in the future as far as flexibility and what he's done in roster management. And then Tom. Do I believe in Tom and do I trust Tom? I base it on what he's told me and the conversations that we've had. And all I do is I can go on what his track record shows. And I know that 7 days ago, he lifted a cup with the Carolina Hurricanes with the only coach that he's had in the 8 years as owner of that team. So again, to answer your question, the contract, those things will all take care of itself. Somewhere down the road, we're not going to get into the amount of monies and all that. That's nobody's business. But as far as I'm concerned, the contract is signed. It's in a drawer. I've never seen anybody, player or coach, bring their contract out onto the floor and say, okay, well, your contract is this. We'll give you 5 more points in that and there. And I believe in these people standing behind all this group with this staff that, again, is a playoff coaching caliber staff, and whoever else we bring in to add to that. And I am super excited, and that's the way I base it and think on it.
Great answer there from Micah Nori. Just a great answer on the contract, of the debate, of the outrage, of the – oh, this is going to affect the way players play, like all of that.
Guys aren't going to play hard, man.
He got it all. He nailed it all. But there was a back and forth from our friend Bill Oram. Him and Joe Cronin had a little bit of a back and forth. Now, you're going to hear Bill do follow-up question. It's a little –
you can't really hear it
a little
fully,
faint,
yeah.
but you can kind of get the basis of the back and forth between Oram and Joe Cronin.
All I'll say, Bill, is, Micah and I and Tom, we agreed to take a chance on each other. We believe in him. He believes in us. Going into this 6 weeks ago, 2 months ago, I told you all we were going to approach this with a level of shared risk, and we tried to find that balance. But, what the terms of the contract, to us, it doesn't really matter. Like, we're in this together. We're going to support Micah with all the resources and players and all the ability to win that he needs. And for us, that's just a technicality of, look, we're sharing some risk. We believe in you. Here's this opportunity. He believes in us. He wants to embrace this opportunity. Let's go. Let's get it done.
Why is shared risk, though, the philosophy approach the search? Like, why? From the outside, that seems like you're limiting your ability to go hire the coach you want.
We hired the coach we wanted to. Micah was a premier target, and he's here now.
But why go into it with the philosophy of shared risk and the idea of we're going to go into it with less money in fewer years? Sure.
It's, we're going to approach every negotiation. We're going to, do what's best for the organization to protect our downside, to promote upside. And in this situation, we felt like we did that.
It has to be a little odd. I'd imagine he prepared for it. It had to have been a little odd for Nori to sit there and listen to that back and forth.
I mean, it's a guy who's waited 30 years nearly in the NBA, 28 years right on an NBA bench. He's never been fired before, and he touted that multiple times. He's been waiting for this opportunity, and there is an aspect of this that I feel genuinely bad for him, because it feels like this has dominated the narrative. And we love Bill, but asking the idea of did you get the coach, you couldn't get the coach you wanted, like that's a little rough next to the coach they just hired at the introductory press conference.
Well,
So I thought Nori handled it well. To Joe Cronin's credit, like I don't really know what you want him to say here. It's not his idea to give him a one. The last coach he hired, they just they gave an extension to three-year extension after winning 30% of his games, and that was fully guaranteed. I still am of the mind of this is kind of a nothing burger, and that Micah Nori answered the question perfectly. He's betting on himself. There's shared risk here. He's never been a head coach before. I loved the press conference yesterday. I loved everything that we heard, and we'll get to more of the audio throughout the segment, but there's also a roll of the dice when you hire a guy who's never been a head coach before. And the idea of Jason Kidd making $40 million to not work over the next couple of years is something that's like, I'm not offended by that a coach didn't get a fully guaranteed contract. If he wins and he is successful over the next 3 years, and then he is priced out of our market because our owner is so cheap that he's unwilling to pay him the X amount of dollars it takes to keep him. That is a massive story about how cheap our owner is and how ridiculous this is and how he's doing things detrimental to the team. But for now, this notion that it's going to impact winning and losing, the other part of that, and Micah Nori touched on it in that one quote, they might bring the entire staff back. So one of the biggest criticisms was you're not going to be able to attract assistant coaches to come to Portland from the sounds of it. Now, they haven't finalized any of the plans yet.
No.
He's meeting with everybody on the staff, and they might bring a large percentage of them back.
You know how I viewed that? I did view it through the cheap lens. Not in a bad way. It doesn't have to be a bad thing, but I just viewed it as like, are there guys you have to pay out even if the money is much smaller for an assistant than it ever would be for a head coach? And then also having to pay new assistants to come in. I more viewed that as like actually maybe a cost-saving situation for the franchise.
Sure.
But it also doesn't have to be a bad thing. Like, I can just tell you, I heard the other day, like, Nate Bjorken loves being here. He's one of the lead assistants. We all thought he was going to be the interim head coach when Chauncey got fired.
Yes.
Or arrested, because he hasn't been fired.
No.
Which is another whole weird thing. I was told,
still
and
can't talk about it.
I don't know if this is 100% accurate, that, like, there is a weird vibe around the facility because the Chauncey stuff has not been resolved.
It has not been settled
I'm
yet.
not saying that impacts Nori or his contract or the stipulations of it. I'm just telling you that, like, I've heard that it is a very bizarre situation hanging over the franchise, and he was asked about it, and he literally, Cronin cannot legally talk about it because everything is in flux right now. So the league has told him, don't talk about this.
Cannot say anything.
The league still has him on administrative leave, and there might still be stuff at the facility that still reminds you that, oh, Chauncey Billups is kind of technically still a little bit of a member, even though we know he's not going to be here. So
what happens if he's found not guilty?
Well, he's not working in the league anymore.
Yeah. Do you have to fire him and pay him
they're
out?
Gonna fire. Yeah, once the league okays
Does he get the rest of the money on his contract?
I don't know. I don't know.
How does that work out if he's found not guilty?
I don't know, Dirt. I don't want to talk about that.
Okay, I'm just
telling you that, like,
can you imagine if Dundon hired a coach who got arrested by the FBI?
Because it's cheaper? What if he fired Nori?
I'm just saying, imagine how big of a headline that would be right now. Sharks
Chauncey brought back.
Circling in the waters.
What if he
this had been
refused
his
to pick up the team option for Nori because Chauncey was only $1 million a year?
Ooh, and that's the year he's getting out of prison at the end of the contract, and you're bringing him back?
It's a work release program.
I mean, I believe in second chances. We hired him for $4 an hour.
Look, I'm not a journalist in any way.
Mm-hmm.
Was the takeaway for you about the contract and Nori, or was like, because I thought Quick and Freeman had really good write-ups on the story. They've his backstory. I had no idea much about. Like, I knew some of his stuff. I knew his dad was a coach.
Yeah.
This was a college baseball player.
It was at Indiana. Really good college baseball player.
His kid is in AA baseball right now. He's a baseball guy whose dad coached basketball, but he wasn't stellar at basketball, nor was he good enough to go pro in baseball out of Indiana. But he just got in. His dad basically was like, it's not even about the sport, dude. Coaching is about people, relationships, and teaching.
He's Ted Lasso.
I
don't need to know. I mean, he knows the sport. He's very smart about it.
Very smart.
We can get into the details behind that. But that was, look, I wanted to get the contract stuff out of the way. So much attention has been spent to it. I thought he answered the questions perfectly yesterday.
I did too.
It's in a drawer. I signed the contract. Can we let it go? Like, can we stop having this be a massive storyline?
Yeah.
Let's start talking basketball. And I will say this. again, it's impossible to lose a press conference unless you're Neil O'Shea sipping a water bottle or Adam Gase high on drugs and his eyes are popping out of his head.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that I got more basketball information in terms of schematics and things that they're trying to do in one 15-minute press conference than I did in 5 years under Chauncey Billups or Tiago Splitter. There were more analytical, stat-driven answers, interesting quips about this has to improve, that has to improve, this will be our focus, that'll be our focus, we're going to do this with these kind of players. Like, I thought that I got more basketball information in one 15-minute interview or press conference with Mike Nori than we did at any time with Chauncey Billups or Tiago Splitter.
Yeah, my takeaway, I mean, the contract stuff became very viral, and obviously it was going to be asked and talked about. But after listening to the whole press conference, I had quickly moved on from that topic to
being excited about who he is as a basketball mind and a coach.
This guy's getting me excited about how he views the team that we have. I don't know if they're going to make moves, major moves, or they're going to bring in John Collins on the mid-level. It's very well what they could do.
We got Dame Lillard back, baby.
But, yeah, he talked about that. So let's get to some of the other stuff. Let's get away from all the contract stuff. Let's play this. Mike Nori on how he views the identity of the team.
Our identity is when they come in here 41-plus nights a year with the energy we have in this building, we want to make sure that we are a physical team. You know, we don't want to use the word by just in a relentless team where everything and make them feel this, all those things, but we have to make sure, and the great thing about this roster is we have defenders all across the board, and so defensively just picking up, being physical, not let people go where they want to go, push them off those spots, turn the people over. We have a team that should be able to create turnovers and play with greater pace. And that will be the main thing. And like I said before, we're not going to be a team that sits around and hopes people miss. We're going to force them to make tough shots where we want them to be. Offensively, the easiest way to think of it is when the clock is moving, we're moving. We're not going to take it out, look over, get play calls, walk it up. And I know everybody says that, but we will do that, and we will do it with defined spacing. We'll get to the corners, dunkers, create space for these guys, and there'll be a lot more concepts where it's not just play calls where you're going from A to B. There'll be reads, decision-making, and that will also help cut down the turnovers, which we led the league in, as I mentioned. So they will know where the openings will be, that type of thing there. We will also crash the glass, get the extra point, extra possessions, because it is an analytical game. When it comes to that, as far as not turning it over and going to get second chance points, and as we mentioned, 21 and 22 in two-possession games. So any place where you can win those margins, that's what it will be.
He also was asked about Tom Dundon, and he had this to say about Dundon's desire to win.
What does that mean? I think, number one, when you look at what he's done with that, again, the roster with Carolina, where as far as he has given them the players and spent the money to put the players on the ice and led to a champion. So he's done it. So we know that he has done that, and that is what his drive is for us. So to me, I take it as he is going to continue with Joe and his staff, allowing us to assemble the best roster that we possibly can. We have some very good contracts. We have some very good players. And we can go a lot of different ways, which is great. We control our own destiny and our own decisions, which is awesome in the NBA. And it feels good when I can go out and my staff can go out and these players can go out, and only thing we're worried about is executing and winning basketball games. And it's not a thing where we have to develop this guy or do that. No. The charge has been to win as many basketball games as we possibly can.
Yeah, Tom Dundon told him, we're done tanking, dude. We're trying to win now. We're done with that. And so Mike Nori brought in. We'll see what they do with the roster. That's going to be an evolving thing as the free agency period will kick off here in about a week or so. But
yeah, Heiken had a question about that at the very end, and it was we'll see. You know,
well,
what's he going to say?
Heiken's supposed to ask that question.
Right.
Also, I know Joe Cronin's not going to get. Yeah, actually, we're in the works with 3 different trades.
I'm on the phone with Boston. Here's what we're offering for Jaylen Brown. Do you feel like that's a good package?
You got to ask the question, though.
Yes.
I get it. So
yes, you do.
I thought for the most part, you got exactly what you wanted. You wanted to see how they were going to address the contract stuff. Joe is towing the Dundon line, right? So he works for. Nori is towing the "it's my dream, I'm taking a chance on myself. Why is this a big deal? I can't control that it is. I'm just going to worry about the players." And he was so right of, dude, in this ecosystem, we will not care about this in August, in September,
no.
in October when they kick the season off, and then in December, if they're the 5 seed and they're playing well. We literally will not care.
It will disappear.
If anything, I think Mike Richmond said it. He was like, if anything, we'll talk about how it's the best efficiency season from a coach of all time.
Just like we do for Denny
The way we
Avdia.
do with Denny Avdia.
Look how great that contract is. That's got a good contract.
Can I just quickly point out that the media, nationally and probably locally in Phoenix, kept giving the Suns crap for firing, 3 head coaches in a row, Monty Williams, Vogel to Budenholzer. I think after firing Frank Vogel, they ended up giving Mike Budenholzer more money. They were lambasted on a freaking stick. Why are we now doing this on the other end of the Portland Trailblazers?
Their owner spends a lot of money, though. That's
But
the
they
difference.
gave him.
They were criticized for paying 4 coaches
They
at the
gave
same
him crap.
time. Yeah.
They're
Like,
saying,
why would you do that?
You
That's
spend
really
money.
dumb.
That wasn't the right way
We
to do
all
it.
need to criticize
Come
something.
on!
We all need to be mad about something at
Let
all
me
times.
yell.
I tend to agree with the large people online that do think like are you always looking to be mad and upset? And by the way, being mad and upset, it's fair to feel that way. You want some breaking news? I hate to tell this to your soul and your ego.
Uh-oh.
You will literally not make Tom Dundon change who he is.
No.
You can scream about it till the cows come home. He is going to operate on a very cheap way, especially when you comp it the way the Vulcans and Paul Allen did when he was still alive. So it's a new day in Rip City. A little bit more on Mike and Nori and the journey and another couple quotes. There was something that stuck out with me in what he said of talking about this roster and improving it. So we'll talk about that. You can share your thoughts at the Fan Text line 503-864-6326. Hour 2 rolls on The Fan.
Now, here's a quick look at
Would you trade Tumani Kamara for Jaylen Brown?
Yes.
Would you want Kawhi Leonard even if he doesn't sign an extension?
How many years does he have left on his deal?
Or are you excited about John Collins or Mitchell Robinson?
No and no.
Mitch Robinson helped win a title.
He can't shoot free throws. He sucks. What did he shoot? 24% from the free throw line?
We were hack-a-shacking in the finals.
They hack-a-shacked in like the second quarter of a finals game.
Yeah,
Get him out of here.
I know.
We need shooters. That's what I keep. People can tell me we need shooters.
Have you ever felt so bad for a person you don't know that you're willing to donate your actual money to help them be better? We can talk about that. I want to get to that story.
We can get to that.
It's a nice little Friday. We're talking about Mike and Nori. We're not dwelling on the contract stuff. It was asked. It was answered. I just don't know what you – there could be nothing else that you could want. Like You're either anti-Tom Dundon for almost ever, or you don't really care, but the media is making you think you care, but you don't. They answered it. He's willing to take the deal. He signed his name on it. He wants to work and earn it because he feels he's legitimately a good coach. And there was something that stuck out to me. He was talking just a way about they get the three-point shot.
Yes.
I thought that was one of the smarter ones I had heard, right? Like, it seems so simple, and yet you don't hear a lot of coaches talk about it. And it was basically like, we got to find out, and he was citing all the websites that these coaches use that some media members have access to of, are you better on the catch and shoot? Are you better on the off-screen? Are you better off-screen, off-ball? Are you
stepping back with your right leg or your left leg?
Are you better at home? Are you better in the corner on the road? Like, so many analytical ways that they already have information to get guys the right shots. I loved his "we will not lead the league in turnovers." I loved his caring about defense while understanding they need to attack glass. If you can be good in one category of rebounding, you should be good in the other category of rebounding. I love the push tempo thing. I have heard that for 3 different coaches, and it doesn't change if Dame Lillard's on your team, and I don't expect it to when Dame Lillard is playing.
Right.
Ann Edwards, they noted, was not really much of an up-and-down player when the Wolves played. It would be when Ann Edwards would sit. But I thought he overall, it's going to take the roster getting better. We know this.
Yep.
But he absolutely came in as, to Joe Cronin's point, one of the best candidates in the field this offseason, like not knowing a Dusty May is available, right? And he's somebody that came within inches of a Cleveland and New York job, but as he noted in the press conference, they kept telling him, you don't have experience in the chair.
Right, we love you, but we want a guy. We're close to winning, and we need a guy who's been a head coach before.
And he got a brief experience in the 24 playoffs, filling in for an injured Chris Finch, and he said that's when he learned he could be a head coach in this league.
Yeah, I could do this.
And he seems like a really good player's coach, and so just the thing for me was, yes, you need to make the roster better, but I thought he at least actually showed you from a coaching standpoint ways to implement and improve a team that, as he noted multiple times, was a playoff roster, adding Dame Lillard.
I mean, going back to what we talked about earlier in the week when the hire was made, the only thing that mattered to me was the answer of, do you think they hired a good coach? And to me, the answer at the time was yes. I felt like I was going to like the press conference based on the videos and the sense of humor that he had. Like, he just seemed like the kind of guy that was going to gel well with us. And then you watch the press conference, and that was the case. Like, I loved a lot of what he had to say. The simplicity of him explaining things. It was funny because the two pieces I read last night were Quick, who I thought had a great piece up on The Athletic, and Freeman, who had a really good one up with The Oregonian. Freeman, it was funny to scroll through Joe Freeman's timeline and see, like, wait, we got a positive headline on the Blazers? Feel like we haven't had a lot of those. And I think his quote was from Dwayne Casey saying it was a home run hire. The Blazers make a home run hire. And it was just really nice to see.
He's got really good quotes from Casey.
Yeah, and to go through it and to get some of the backstory and all that. And one of the things, I can't remember whose piece had it, but it was Chris Finch explaining that one of the strengths of Mike Nori as a coach is the ability to take these complex game plans, these, schematics, and we need you to do this, and we need you to rotate here, and things that can maybe overwhelm some players, but find a way to explain it in a language that everybody can understand. And then he goes through the press conference, and I'm not the biggest basketball savant in the world. I don't watch it, from sun up to sundown. You and other Danny and other guys watch far more basketball than I do and understand the schematics of it more. But I came away from the press conference after reading those pieces in particular being like, I get it. He explained it in a way that I understand. And hearing somebody in an opening press conference, and maybe this has happened in others, I don't watch every opening press conference of every team and coach. Hearing somebody, though, identify, dude, like, these were our problems last year. This was the issue. We were below 500 in games that were one-possession games with whatever it is, 5 minutes to go. What do you say? 21-22 was the record. We led the league in turnovers. We were one of the worst shooting teams in the league. And he went through a detailed list of, like,
how you improve.
Okay,
that.
Like, Dame's obviously going to help. That's a part of his answer. But, and then to your point on how do we get guys the optimal shot on the floor, turning it over. How do we play with more style and not as rigid so guys are just trusting each other and understanding where they're supposed to be. And then the execution and the shooting should both help hand in hand, the late game execution and not blowing those games when you have a chance to win or the one possession games. And so I knew that I was going to like him. I came away blown away. My take has not changed in terms of ultimately what matters is what does the roster look like and can you go add to it, because Mike Nora could be as good as coach that exists out there, but if you're not going to give him more pieces to work with, you're going to have a ceiling on how far you can actually go. But reading through his backstory, man, it was a breath of fresh air. Like somebody who has spent 28 years on NBA benches. He's never been fired, and he has held literally every job under the sun, from an intern to an advanced scout to an offensive guy to a defensive guy to out-of-timeout plays to rotation. Like, he has notched everything of his belt in saying, I've done this, I've done this, I've done this, I've done this. And it's really from going from a head coach that we hired and gave a 5-year fully guaranteed contract to, who had been 1 year as an assistant in the NBA, to giving this guy a deal and saying, go be our head coach after 28 years and doing every job. It was really fun to kind of get to know more about him and to see what he had to say yesterday.
Yeah, the thing about the Chauncey part, too, as you comp that, is the one thing they had as an organization and Chauncey himself, it's Chauncey Billups, right?
He was a big-time player.
And when you win a title, you're a finals MVP, you're Mr. Big Shot, you may not have the most coaching experience, but a lot of people are going to say, well, you know ball.
You were a captain. Right? You were a point guard especially.
You played at the highest level possible, and you were one of the best players at one point in the league for a couple seasons. I thought this was a really good antidote, and I thought this was, this is from Quick Story on The Athletic. So he creates his name and who he is as a coach in Toronto in the late 2000s, like 09. And this is a story from Jay Triano. Remember him? He's from Portland. He was head coach of the Raptors. And here is a story that Jay Triano told Jason Quick. Quote, we're in a meeting. Well, actually, this isn't the quote, but they're in a big meeting. This is a staff meeting. It's involving Brian Colangelo, the assistant general manager of the Raptors. Like, this is a pretty important meeting, right? They're all in one room together. Mm-hmm. And in the middle of this meeting, Nori's phone rings. And he stands up, he goes, sorry, guys, got to take it, walks out of the room. So imagine you're a first-time assistant coach in a league with established names and people.
The powers that be are all in the same room.
And you just get up in front of sorry, got to take it.
Got to take a call.
And you just walk out of a meeting that they find very important, right? He comes back, and Triano says, quote, and pretty soon he's like, no, Larry Brown called 4 down, but I saw Iverson wipe him off, so that play at 3:24 in the third quarter ended up being thumbs up. Everybody in the room heard him say that and were completely jaw-dropped because they had realized he watched so much basketball.
Yeah, he had scouts on every team.
That he remembered, and when he scouted, he was so detailed, he remembered at specific points of every quarter of almost every game every day when plays were called.
Yeah.
And like,
think of the quotes that we play from Sean McVay of like, second quarter, it was 3rd and 9 minutes to go.
Yes.
We called a naked bootleg.
Yes.
And you're just like, this guy's the smartest guy on the planet.
That's basically
what he was doing.
Mike Inori did at the start of his career in Toronto in the early 2000s. He's given credit from Dwayne Casey. This was in the Freeman piece of Blake Griffin getting to Detroit and becoming a three-ball shooter, not just a highlight dunk reel guy.
Remodeling his game.
Yeah. Mike Inori was the guy responsible for working specifically with Blake Griffin. So we talk about player development. You have like one of the biggest names in the NBA in the last 20 years. There's evidence there. Maybe he gets Donovan Clingan to become a more efficient, high-volume three-point shooter, which would certainly help the roster. Like, you talk about details. He has all of the details. You talk about out of the timeouts. Game planning, offense, and like you're so right. He checks the box.
He's done everything that you can do other than be a head coach.
He also gave proper credit because he was asked by Gundy about the year when he filled in for Finch in the playoffs, and he says, yeah, this is when I learned it. What was his quote? It was like something about minor to majors.
You don't want to major in minors. That there are minor issues that come up, and you have to have a staff that you trust in order to take care of those things.
Thank you. I thought that was a great bar that he dropped. And so you hear him talk about that. What did he finish it with, though? Yeah, 90% of that, though, is having Ann Edwards.
It helps. It makes my life
having
easier.
Kat and Ann Edwards on the floor, 90% of what happened is done by them because they're so elite. Like, exactly what you want to hear. I don't know what his win-loss record is going to be. The roster needs to be upgraded, point blank. That's just all it bears down to, because I think if you can't upgrade the roster, what I take away yesterday is this guy is more than capable of getting the team in a good spot if you have the right guys on the court.
Yeah, I mean, just to add to the scouting note, too, because that was a huge takeaway yesterday. Like, I knew he at one point was an advanced scout. I didn't know a lot of the details about it and how long he did it and how he got into the NBA until some of these pieces came out yesterday. But the idea of being as good of an advanced scout as he was, that usually you would have multiple guys who would kind of rotate. Like, I have 6 teams, you have 6 teams, he has 6 teams. You get assigned teams, and so you could do a deep dive on that team, and then whenever they're up on the schedule, hey, we play the Bulls 3 times, you're the Bulls guys, so give us the scouting report on it. He was so good and so thought out and so well prepared that he basically became the advanced scout for every team in the NBA, which is not a normal thing. And I think when you're concerned about a first-time head coach, and we went through this, not to continue to bring up Chauncey, but like we went through this with Chauncey where there was an idea of like he's going to have to learn on the job. He's only been an assistant coach for 1 year, and you could know as much as you want about basketball. You can be Magic Johnson is as good as a player we have ever seen in the NBA. How was he as a head coach, right? It doesn't always translate, and there's a learning process once you get on the job. That's the exciting part about this, is that, yes, there's a gamble on a first-time head coach, but somebody who has as much experience as he has, not just in one category, a guy who has experience in every category that you can, I don't see there being a massive learning curve. Now, there'll be moments that come up that I've never had to deal with this before. How should I handle it? Who do I call? I thought Danny asked a great question yesterday of like, who are the people you're leaning on in terms of going through stuff for the first time now that you're fully in this seat? And so, of course, there's going to be ups and downs and highs and lows, but I don't view this as a normal first-time head coach. I got to learn on the fly here. He's been an assistant for 28 years for however many different head coaches, however many
really
different
respected coaches.
It absolutely, there's some really successful franchising and all that. So I don't see that being a problem. And it's remarkable to think about how long he has been around, and how much he's done in that 28 years.
I mean, I know we highlighted the contract part of this at the beginning of the 7 a.m. hour, and we played the cuts and the Orem Cronin back and forth, and the whole contract question. I just want you to paint a picture in your mind. We'd be dealing with that, and if they hired Tyler Lashbrook, what else we'd be saying?
Right.
How much worse, I could argue, the narrative stuff would have been.
Yeah.
But to Cronin's point, they ended up getting the coach they wanted, or a coach that was
high on their list,
highly regarded by most people in the league. So, yeah, you might not like that he's getting the contract he got. That's between him, his wife, and the team.
Yes.
It's none of our business. And you're not going to make Tom Dundon change how he's going to operate things. You could scream into the universe forever. It's not going to make Tom Dundon change. But the beauty is, once you move on past the contract, it's actual based stuff of evidence of what the guy has accomplished and done and proven versus if they hired Lashbrook, you and I might still have the same takeaway of like, is the roster going to be better? But it's also going to be, the narrative-based stuff's going to be, this guy was in the second row of the bench, and he's 29 years old or he's 30 years old.
Barely got a cup of coffee in the NBA. He doesn't know what he's doing.
It's already been negative enough. It would have been so much more negative if they hired Lashbrook.
Yes, it would have.
But they ended up getting Norrie. So I'm excited about it. We need to look into the free agency stuff, and that'll come with time. But they need to make moves and upgrade the roster if we want a good coach to have more success than we had the last 5 to 6 seasons.
Now go get Jaylen Brown.
Well, that would be great. Or Vucevic. Or Harrison Barnes.
Harrison Barnes is on our list now.
It's not a great crop of free agents.
Is that what we're talking about?
John Collins might be the best one they can sign. I don't know where people are at on that.
Can he shoot a basketball?
You want Rui Hachimura for the mid-level?
Yes, bring Rui. He was destined to be a Blazer from years ago. We should have traded him for Dame Lillard.
Back with more. Mike and Norrie hired as the Blazer coach on 105.1 The Fan.
The firm of Harris and Meringue. Now we...
All right, welcome back in. Dirt and Sprague with you. NBA dealings are still going on. According to Shams Charania, ESPN, the Boston Celtics.
What do they want? What do they want for Brown? What's the asking price?
Well, like from us, it would not. I don't know. Like Shaden, it would be like the Tamani Kamara. It would
have to have a player,
a role guy that's high level, that's really going to instantly be a plug and play, not a guy who jumps 46 inches, but half the time we're not sure he cares. They would want like real.
There's a report that they want a big. They need a big this offseason. Here's Donovan Clingan. Take him. Go ahead.
You trade Donovan for Jaylen Brown?
Are you kidding me?
I'm just asking.
Is that a serious question?
Okay,
Is there
fine.
somebody that would say no to that?
Do you want me to say no? That's not a serious question.
That shouldn't be a serious question. Those people are not serious people, are they?
When somebody asks you a question, I've done this.
Is that
a
serious?
serious question? Is it? Was
No.
it fake? Did
No,
I
I'm just
fake
kidding.
ask the
I'm going to
question?
put this up as a poll question. This will be our poll question
Would you
of the day.
just put? Would you include?
Would you
Donovan
include?
Clingan?
It's not a straight up trade. You're going to need a whole lot more than Donovan Clingan. Breaking news.
Yep.
Jaylen Brown was top 5 in MVP voting this year. Donovan Clingan, check notes, was not top 5 in MVP voting this year. Would you include Donovan Clingan in a trade for Jaylen Brown? Going up right now.
Because the Celtics need a big.
I would do that. In what else do you want? Clingan, 4 firsts, Shaden Sharp, Jeremy Grant. Did I get it done? I'd do that for Jaylen Brown.
Clinging having an 18-16 game against the Detroit Pistons of the second round in the Eastern Conference playoff. We're going to lose our minds.
I also will lose my mind watching our best player average 29 points, 8 rebounds, and 5 assists a game as one of the 10 best players in the NBA and a Finals MVP and an Eastern Conference Finals MVP.
Touche. That's not a bad thing to
Like
have.
I'm not asking about like Zion Williamson here, okay? I'm not roll the dice. I don't Anthony Davis? Yeah, by all means, dude. I get the trepidation. He might be gone out for a year and he can't stay healthy.
Are you nervous that Jaylen Brown just tweets, "I love cats"?
No.
With no context?
He's gonna fit in perfectly. He's weird.
He's a cat man.
He's perfect for Portland, Oregon.
Cat man.
He's a West Coast guy. Bring him back, man.
Does Jaylen Brown have a nickname?
I'm sure he does.
What's the
Ooh.
reference say his nickname is? Because Catman is a hilarious nickname.
Catman would be a great.
I know we have a cat in Karl Anthony Towns.
Right. Catman is different than Cat, though.
He's a college professor too, right?
Jaylen Brown is? Yeah.
But is he a professor?
He teaches classes at like either MIT or one of the big.
So we're talking like a big smart school here?
Yeah, let me see here.
JB's not a nickname.
No, that doesn't count.
This says the old man and the grave digger.
The Grave Digger?
Monster truck nickname, I guess.
You can't do that.
That's what Basketball Reference says, and they're never wrong.
We got to come up with a better nickname than that when he's in a Portland Trailblazer uniform.
And yeah, Jalen gives lectures at Harvard and MIT.
Okay.
He's actually a really smart dude. Very
Yes.
interesting cat, man.
Poll question is up. Would you include Donovan Clingan in a trade for Jaylen Brown?
Thank you. Well, I mean, it is that season.
If that is...
There's going to be no's. You're going to get more no's on that than you think.
If it's higher than 15%, I'm going to scream.
It's the most blatant.
Really?
I'm going to
ever.
scream. If it is
Gotta
higher than
keep Donovan.
15%, I am going to scream. How many times do we need to learn the lesson of known commodity versus unknown commodity? What's Donovan Clingan's ceiling? You can't tell me,
I
can you?
can't tell you. No,
You know what Jaylen Brown's ceiling is? Finals MVP.
Yep.
Okay.
Top, 5, 6 MVP finalists?
Was
for
he
the
first
regular
team All
season?
NBA this year?
Second.
Second team All NBA
Second
this year?
team All
Will
NBA.
Donovan Clingan ever be second team All NBA in his career?
No.
Okay.
I will venture to
What
guess
did we take in
no.
the first round of the draft last year?
A center.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we got one of those too.
We got one of those.
He's just waiting in the wings.
Yeah.
We got Chinese Jokic
We do have Chinese Jokic.
just ready to pop this year.
But we can't lose
We
Time
can't.
Lord
We
because
cannot survive without Donovan Clingan next
gotta
season.
have that.
How dare we?
Poll question is up. You can vote at Dirt and Sprague. It is that season. We won't spend the whole segment on that, on the hypothetical trade that may or may never happen.
It's just a weird one of like, if you do try and bring him back, maybe he's willing to overlook it because his name's been in trades before. That seems like that is a relationship ender, does it not?
I mean,
How publicly they were shopping him, and then Steven's coming out with quotes of like, no, I mean, if he's still here, we're happy about it.
yeah, but he said that, but it's still coming out like yesterday. They're actively engaged in trade talks. I
Yes.
think behind the scenes, they're trying to handle this as professionally as possible.
Right.
Brown, to his credit, has not streamed anything and
No.
said something out in the public yet.
He's
so,
not gone full Brandon Ayuk on us.
well, that's a whole other problematic storyline. My wife was like, "Why are you watching this guy just rant about weird things?" I go, "Well, it's just
Who's this crazy guy filming
a
himself?
wide receiver on my football team, and he hates everything right
He
now."
wants to play for Washington really bad.
Yeah, I'm not sure Washington wants him, but
No.
he also hasn't filed the paperwork to be able to get released, according to Jeremy Fowler. So he's doing all these weird cryptic videos, but he's not doing what he's supposed to do. So he'll be like, dude,
Why would the Niners do anything to help you out? It's a game of chicken.
I think he's kind of lost his mind a little bit, to be honest with you.
Yes, he has.
Would you donate money to somebody you don't know to help them with a medical situation?
Yeah.
For a non-life-threatening issue?
Oh.
So, like, it's one thing to stumble across a GoFundMe. My wife has cancer, and somebody you know reposted it, and you're like,
Stage
well, this
4,
person's vouching to go do this.
Right, they're close with them.
This is awful. I want to help. I've done that before.
Not life-threatening.
Not life-threatening.
How much are they asking for, and where are the donations at?
They're at
Can I get more details?
Yep.
Okay.
It's $22,000 they're aiming for.
That's what they're aiming for, $22,000.
Yep.
Where are they at? What's the total? What are we? How close are we to $22,000?
Give me a second here.
Because if we're close, I'm gonna just tend to think you're gonna get there, and you don't need my $100. It'll be all right.
I'm trying to find I can't find the GoFundMe. I don't believe he has gotten to where he needs.
Okay,
it.
not fully to the goal yet.
Yeah.
No, I don't think that I would. Final answer: life-threatening, yes. Not every time, but sometimes. And yeah, not life-threatening. I'm out on that. And I don't know you on top of it. No, thank you.
There is a North Carolina man with the alleged world's smallest penis requesting $22,000 from the public to fund an operation that will add inches to his tiny tallywhacker. I was reading this. I'm reading it on the New York Post.
They had AI help write this, but that was
He
good.
posted a financial aid plea on a GoFundMe page.
Mommy, what's a tallywhacker?
Entitled "Help Michael Grow Microenlargement Surgery."
Help Michael grow.
He says, "I'm reaching out with a deeply personal medical challenge." He's 38 years old.
Okay, how small are we talking?
He's raised $9,000 so far of his $22,000 goal. And according to the Post, he measures at 0.38 inches long.
Oh, damn.
So he actually cannot. Yeah.
Whoa.
So it's a struggle for him to use the restroom.
Whoa.
And he's hoping to just get to 3.6 inches so he can be relieved.
Jeez. So he's going for what, 1,000% increase?
He's
I mean,
making
that's
the
a
rounds,
big time
by the
grow
way.
right there. That's yeah.
He's made the morning show rounds, like on a lot of shows
man.
locally.
He's
of,
going
like,
doing all these.
I don't know if
interviews
it's
and-
national, but
Okay.
I think it's like a lot of local morning-based shows. Like, what's ours on? Is it AM Northwest or
Wake Up Portland?
I mean, if this guy was in
Wake Up.
Portland, I'd want to try and get him on the show.
Yeah,
I'd be
what
curious.
Would you ask him?
What's life like? How painful is it?
It sounds awful.
Have you ever been with someone?
Well,
Like I have a lot of questions. I'm not
motion of the
judgmental.
ocean, isn't that what they say?
They do say
There's
that.
literally no motion, though.
I mean, you can still have motion. There's
with
no
what?
boat.
With what?
There's no
well,
boat.
I mean, yeah, it's 0.38,
Yeah.
and Pretty Ricky taught me grind on me.
Yeah, he did.
0.38, guys. That's like the.
Relax your body, let your mind be free.
Yeah, how far is 0.38? Like, what are we talking? Like my thumbnail?
I was going
I
to
don't
say
wanna-
slightly past a
I don't wanna
fingernail,
try to
I
pretend
think.
to
Slightly
know.
past a fingernail?
Yeah, I don't know. He says this has been
Is
a
it
source-
permanently there, or does it ever get
I think that's.
like there's no fluctuation?
I think that's
Not a
part of
grower.
the
He's just
micro
he's a
issue.
shower, and that's all he does is
12
show.
p.m. and 6 p.m. for him.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think
All right.
it's there's the situation. Here's
okay.
the situation,
Here's the situation.
and
It's over.
we think
It's over.
unless he reaches his goal.
well,
Here's the
Couldn't
situation.
he make some money shooting some.
You go from
porno,
0.38 to
maybe?
3.6. That's going to look like a massive.
it's actually a good
Massive
point,
growth.
Schultze. Like, there's a lot of weird people out there. Like, this guy
Yes.
should start an OnlyFans.
He
I guarantee you
really-
somebody would pay for
yeah.
that.
Should he start an OnlyFans if he's got a GoFundMe?
That's what I'm
Yes.
saying. Instead of the GoFundMe
He's
and
missing the
asking
boat
other
here.
people to donate for this, you should do it through your own ingenuity
Yeah.
and the beauty of capitalism.
There's ladies that would pay.
They would. I think they would.
There's
I think
a
it's
weird
such a
fetish out
weird,
there, yeah.
like sub.
I'd argue there's more men that would actually pay.
Why?
Probably. I don't know.
Thinking about being in the situation, how terrible it'd be.
Oh, so they can feel better about themselves. Oh,
No.
that's actually a good. Here, feel better about your small unit by looking at my that might be the best case scenario for this guy.
No, I don't. I
seriously.
don't think they're sending pictures in, rubbing it in. I think they're like, dude, I feel bad for you. Here's
No, that's-
$50.
I mean, there is a bit of a like when you drive the side of the road and there is a car accident, and every single person does the same thing.
Yep.
You slow down, you're like, okay. Like we all are guilty of doing it. We make fun of the people in front of us of like, what are we slowing down for? And then you
We
get up
do.
there and you're like, oh, I'm gonna go slow down. Too.
well, but I'm only doing
From
that
this
because
angle-
I'm stuck at a certain speed. I'm not doing it
Sure.
because I care that much.
There is a tinge of curiosity here, is there not?
Not when you describe that.
No.
When you describe it in that way, I
I-
don't need to. I get it.
I'd take a glance.
Yeah. I hope you donate $50 if you do.
50, is that the going rate?
I don't even think
They give
that's
you a peek behind the curtain, but you got to give $50.
That's not even technically meat gazing.
Well, he's raised $9,100 and he's had 72 donations.
Okay.
So what's that average?
After all of the public appearances that he's made, that's it? Yikes.
You said $9,200?
$9,100 and he's
91.
had 72 different donations.
Okay, hold on.
That's about $180, $90.
I mean, that's
100,
pretty,
$125 a person.
that's pretty good per person.
That's not bad
That's
at all.
not bad if you get catches
Somebody
on
gave you a
little bit.
bigger lump sum that evens it out slowly but
yeah,
surely.
who
Tough.
donated $2,000 to the cause? I
Tough
wanna
break,
know.
dude. Tough break.
We're already at 45% of people saying no, that they would not trade Donovan Clingan for Jaylen Brown.
I told you.
And I went off this ride.
Yeah, I told
I
you.
went off of this ride.
You would not like those results.
Maybe we should move to Kalamazoo. I'm out. What are we doing? Can't do it, man.
Trade machine season.
Wasn't he unplayable in the playoffs?
Yeah, he was pretty
Okay,
awful.
just checking
Our
there.
backup
yeah.
was
Our
significantly
backup center
better.
played more minutes than him. Just
He's
checking
also
out.
only 22 years
I'm
old.
not saying Donovan Clingan's going to suck, but come on, people.
Yeah, you never know. Might have Rudy Gobert. Would you have Rudy Gobert or Jaylen Brown?
Jaylen Brown.
Oh, okay. All right.
In a heartbeat.
You know. Loaded third hour and fourth hour of the radio program, Dirt and Sprague, 105.1, The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up?
Do not go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshomservices.com.
Henry Davis has some power. This one's going to get out of here. He goes the opposite way. Henry Davis with a 2-run homer.
Hey, there's the Pirates call there on the Henry Davis home run, and the Pirates take 2 of 3 from the Seattle Mariners. They win 11-1 a couple days ago, and they win yesterday 5-1, beating the M's.
How you feeling, Schultz? You feeling good? You feeling okay? 500, your vision sucks.
It's not good.
I mean, they're in
Guys are
first
injured.
place.
1.5 games up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look at the rest of the AL West. I think the Astros in second are like 39 and 43.
Carolina Panthers hosted a playoff game.
Who's stinking it up? The Mariners against the Pittsburgh Pirates, brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services, who want to make sure your AC is working smoothly, and they have a tune-up special for just $89. Three Mountains certified techs are ready to help you beat the heat. Book your appointment today at threemountainshomservices.com.
Hey everybody, Sprague here. Is your AC
Sports Network.
Hey, welcome back in. Hour number 3, Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody.
Fantastic.
Got a lot to get to in the final 2 hours of our work week as we send you off into your weekend. Lots going on around the sports world this weekend. World Cup continues. We'll keep an eye on the NBA trade data, see if anything comes out over the next 2 hours. I have some fun in this hour. I got some football stuff in the Nuggies, but I think we need to start with one of the most outrageous things that has happened. And I, for one, will not stand for it any longer. And that is the mistreatment of Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, the Caitlin Clark outrage has been loud the last couple days, man.
It is so funny every time something happens and the dust gets kicked up. This one took the cake for me yesterday.
Sure.
Boomer Esiason, a W fan in New York.
Yeah, Cincinnati legend.
All-time great quarterback. Said, quote, "If I were Caitlin Clark, I'd seriously consider going to play overseas somewhere and get the royal treatment. She's a straight white basketball player, and she's not being treated with any sort of respect." Now, the WNBA, I believe, if I read correctly, handed out a 1-game suspension.
I thought it was 2.
Was
for
it 2?
Alyssa Thompson.
Okay,
yeah.
for the gal with the knuckle sandwich in the throat
that,
of Caitlin Clark on the floor.
Yeah.
Okay. So she ended up getting suspended. There was not a foul called in the moment.
1 game. You're correct.
Okay, one
Thank
game
you.
suspension she got, so she will be out for a game. And it is. You follow the WNBA. I'll check out a Fire game every now and then, but I'm not watching the league from start to finish. It's just, to each their own. But I like that we have a team back, and it's been fun to see the excitement level here. There is something about her that there's almost a Tom Dundon-esque vibe to her in a different way, that the name just causes certain people to react in certain ways as your computer plays audio.
I hate ESPN
it won't
so
stop.
much.
The videos pop up automatically. And every time Caitlin Clark's name's in the news, man, you're going to get some sort of visceral reaction. And guess what we got again in the last 48 hours? Everybody yelling about Caitlin Clark again.
There was also, remember, we highlighted yesterday at the end of the show the 30th anniversay WNBA poster.
Yes, and she was not on it.
Well, I saw from, God, who was it? It was one of these media people. It was Darren Rovell. He said that Caitlin Clark owns the rights to everything that's, like, advertised with her.
So any Caitlin Clark pictures or whatever?
So anything used for Caitlin Clark, she has to approve it, and I guess she didn't approve this.
So it wasn't even a WNBA thing?
But the WNBA has certainly bungled, in some ways, the Caitlin Clark stuff. I'm not going to deny that.
Yes.
I'm also not going to deny why the league has grown in popularity so much. She is mostly to credit for it. I know that sucks to say with so many other great players in that league.
There's been a lot of great ones over the years.
But it's a truth, man. My daughter went to the Caitlin Clark basketball game here in Portland, and it was an odd mix of Caitlin Clark jerseys everywhere, but mostly people rooting for Portland. She is the most popular women's player maybe ever. Seriously, maybe ever. That being said, I also, watching and following, I watched last night with the Aces and the Wings, and when you watch the league, it's fascinating how good there's other players in this league and how little attention they get. I mean, even Aja Wilson, who has her second shoe release, she is very popular.
Yes.
She doesn't stack up close to Caitlin Clark in popularity, and she's the better player. She's won multiple MVPs, multiple championships. It's not really a contest.
Right.
But I also find when you get those people dabbling in the Caitlin Clark stuff, so the Alyssa Thompson foul, for example, I saw that, and it certainly is not good when you slow it down. It's also ball loose, bigger woman bulldozing into smaller guard and falling down. Yes. Oh, her fist was on her throat. Have you ever accidentally done anything like that? And you can point to multiple fouls and tell me, it's not an accident, Sprague. I'm like,
right.
Yeah, some of the girls are being kind of physical. Guess what? It's not great to hear how constantly she's the only great player in the league.
Right.
Constantly.
Or that she's the only one that
reason
gets,
you even have a league. She's the only reason you get this, and that. Like,
right.
I just find the reaction to some of the stuff dramatic, clickbaity, headline grabbing, and I really believe this. I believe 80% of the outrage from mostly white men on social media involving Caitlin Clark is people that don't watch in any capacity women's basketball.
They don't at all.
So, I do agree there is some stuff the league needs to clean up and be better at. There are elements of Caitlin Clark 100% accurate. I also find the outrage when she gets a technical foul, she is damned by the league. When she gets a hard foul on her, the whole league hates her because she's a straight white woman.
Right.
And,
everybody's out to get her.
I mean, I hate to say, how many basketball games this season has Boomer Esiason watched in the WNBA?
I'd be willing to guess 0 from start to finish 0.
And she's going to be treated like a goddess in Europe. Yeah, you're
Right.
you're probably right. Diana Taurasi was treated like a goddess in Russia. How many people are watching European basketball? Most people are not following that journey. That would be terrible for her branding. So most of the outrage coming from people who I would venture to guess a large sum of money don't watch and follow the league in any capacity. They just see the highlight. They see the slow-mo. They see press conferences, and boom, there's the quote.
I also love overlooking the idea that how many months in prison did Brittany Griner spend in Russia playing overseas?
Like a year, right?
It was like
Wasn't
a
it
year.
over a year?
It was a long time.
They're not putting Caitlin Clark in a
unless
Greek
she's got
prison for
weed. If she's got weed, you never know. I mean, it depends on what country you go to. That was the first thing that I thought of playing internationally. I know a lot of them do in the offseason because it's, you don't make as much in the WNBA and you got to fill out your salary somewhat. Now, maybe that's changed now with the new CBA and players are making a little bit more money.
We also have the unrivaled league that happens in their off season.
Yes.
That's played in I think it's Miami and
like
Atlanta.
3-on-3.
It's
league.
3-on-3,
Yeah.
and Bridget Carlton, the Portland Fire player, she just signed on for this season. They have big name players in that league. That's a way for some of them to not have to go overseas to play for different countries in different leagues.
It's just there's something unique about her because not many things in the WNBA will break through my algorithm threshold. I don't ever see random highlights of like an Aja Wilson game winner or a Kelsey Plum moment who's having a fantastic year again this year. I don't ever see Paige Becker's highlights in my algorithm. But anytime something happens to Caitlin Clark, it automatically shows up and you see it.
It's pretty simple. Just say what it is. It's white-black.
Yeah.
It's white woman. It's white media members that don't follow and watch the league.
I'm not even necessarily saying just this reaction
she's
stuff.
She's fouled by a black woman. Let's talk about how the league should be grateful and bow down to her when you're not watching and following the league. I hate to be bringing that up. That's the reason. That's why all the outrage happens when it happens. These are not people who are serious about watching and following the WNBA. And it's okay. You don't need to.
No.
But I also love when people pop into the conversation who don't follow the league.
Right.
And it almost always boils down to what? Who fouled Caitlin Clark? Was it Kelsey Plum?
It was not Kelsey Plum.
Okay. Was it Breonna Stewart?
I can't remember her name, but I
it
know
was
it was
Alyssa
not
Thompson.
Alyssa Thompson.
Oh,
thank
Alyssa
you.
Thomas. Excuse me.
Thank you.
And she fouls her, and it becomes this big outrage. You get coaches and you get players that pop. You get Angel Reese added to the equation. So it kind of boils down into that territory, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's not even necessarily just the hard fouls, too. Like, I get this in the algorithm. If she hits a game-winning shot, it'll show up. Mm-hmm. If she gets called for a technical foul, it'll show up. There's a lightning rod aspect about her that creates a bit of a media storm, whether something good happens, bad happens, to her, for her, against her, whatever. Like, she just seems to be the lightning rod of attention in that league. And it's the funny part about it because as somebody who doesn't watch WNBA, I can't tell you how many times these kind of fouls happen in games. I can't tell you how many times this happens to other players, and we don't react in any way, shape, or form. You know why? Because nobody saw it, and so nobody's yelling online that somebody got a fist sandwich in the throat when they're going for a loose ball. And there was no highlight that went viral, so nobody yelled about it because it didn't happen to Caitlin Clark. There's just an aspect of when things happen to her, it is a much bigger deal, and we will focus more on it. Mm-hmm. Like, I agree with the sentiment that WNBA should be doing things better to, and could have over the last 2 years, to be honest, although she didn't play much last year with the injuries.
Yeah.
To better market her and to capitalize on this stardom, and instead of there's a shoving down aspect of it. Like Tiger went through this a lot early in golf. Like, there's a famous interview with him when he broke on. Now, he went on to become one of the greatest players of all time, and I don't know if Caitlin Clark will do that. But doing an interview saying I'm going to win or plan to win every tournament I play in, and people laughing at him like, oh, you young, arrogant, and there was this who do you think you are? Mm-hmm. And then over time, they slowly embrace it, realize we're going to make a lot of money on it. And we'll see if the WNBA continues to follow suit. They got a nice TV deal, and players are making more money now. Just funny, from the outside looking in and seeing that and the outrage that was sparked yesterday and everybody yelling about it. I did not see it in real time. Obviously, I wasn't watching the game, but the highlight was there. I saw the highlight a bunch, man. Caitlin Clark got punched in the throat.
It's just she's just one of those rare people, I think, in our pop culture sports ecosystem that
she's broken through the mold.
She's separated herself in a way that is always probably going to elicit a response to something.
No matter what happens.
That happens to other players.
Yes.
And and I'll say it goes a little bit of the reverse way too, right? Like, for all the complaining from people who don't watch the league, who tell her she should lead the league, and oh, you should all bow down and be grateful for her existence, and you don't follow anything. I've seen it the other way where she'll do a press conference and she'll get a technical foul because she'll
yell at. I mean, she'll go at you.
And she'll kind of be a little aggressive. She's a competitor, right?
Yes.
Like she's a high level competitor, and she'll get a technical foul, and she'll be in the press conference, and she'll be like, "I got a technical today for clapping. Can we rescind a technical foul because I was literally told I got teed up for clapping?"
Right.
And then what people will do on the other side of it is they'll show her teammate sitting at the podium who's looking at the box score, not reacting to anything Caitlin's saying and saying, God, they loathe her.
Yeah,
they
just can't stand
how much they love her.
Yeah.
And so it's like you get the treat her like a goddess, and then you get the other side of just like, everybody hates her. She's so obnoxious. It's like it's a polarization. In a weird way, what we're seeing politically is kind of morphed for whatever reason into her in that league.
Yeah.
And it's really unfortunate because there's some great players in that league if you just want to watch ball. But yeah, most of I saw the Esiason comments and I started laughing. Why would you do that? Like, in what world
what does that
would
do for your
benefit your
endorsement
basketball
money?
branding
Right.
and anything? Like, what are you thinking?
I'm playing in Italy
I know you
now.
need to give the take because we need to do the clips in the business, but dude, if you ain't following the league, you're reacting to a slow-mo cut and what Dave Portnoy's saying, maybe start paying attention to a day-by-day process of how the league is operating and how other players are getting fouled instead of just, she should leave the league and go to Europe. Like, okay.
Get out of here. I did learn this the hard way because I was one of those that would see the things pop into my algorithm early on, and I'm like, oh, can you believe this happened? And then you and others would be like, yeah, it happens all the time in the league. It's pretty physical. There's hard fouls. It's basketball.
Have you ever seen a loose ball and a player fall on another player and then
Never.
like use their hand to use
Never.
the body to get up?
Never in my life have I ever seen that.
This is my point, dude. I feel like I see this all the time, but it's like this is a big deal because it happened to her.
This is the first time it's ever happened in a basketball game. The bar none. The best thing that came out of all of this, I always try and find the silver lining in things, and this people yelling about Caitlin Clark again certainly kicks up the media dust storm. Without a doubt, the biggest positive that came from it is the So Cunningham pointing video.
Oh yeah.
So in
that
the
meme
aftermath,
is forever, dude.
For people who have not seen it online, so this whole fracas breaks out, pushing and shoving, yelling at each other. Caitlin Clark has a fist in her throat as the other player's trying to get up.
Yeah.
They don't call a foul. That leads to a little bit of a dust up on the floor. And Sophie Cunningham is walking away, kind of getting held back by officials and other teammates, and she's pointing at one of the players on the other team. I don't know who it was, but pointing at him with this hilarious look on her face.
Yep.
There's an eyebrow raise at one point, and it led to yesterday.
There was a lot of people using that GIF.
Warren Sharp had it saying the offensive line seeing a defensive lineman flinch on a hard count.
Yeah.
Yep, right here.
He drew me off.
Me when my wife says she doesn't know where our daughter got her attitude from. We're looking at you.
You.
Dads when anytime someone touches the thermostat. There was one that said me opening a bag of cheese and my dog. Oh, that cheese! I heard it. I heard the bag. Dude, I'm not kidding you. I spent maybe an hour just scrolling these yesterday because I couldn't stop laughing.
Yeah.
It is one of the most memeable things. I don't know if that's a word or not, or it's not even a meme. It's a video. It's like 5 seconds long.
It's great.
Absolutely hilarious.
It's a GIF. It's going to be an all-time GIF that people use.
If you want a silver lining,
somebody I think used it locally, and they were like, Tom Dundon when the Portland City Council gives him the funding for the arena, and he's just him pointing like,
see? Right here. See what we're gonna do. Let me quickly hold on. Now I think we're allowed to do this because the Giannis thing is over, so I'll just say ahead of time it doesn't impact us.
Trade?
We do have a trade.
How come I'm following Shams with our show page and
you're not seeing
everything, and I don't see anything?
Are you on the For You tab or the Following tab?
I'm on the Following tab.
If you're on the Following tab, it should be there.
Damn it.
The Oklahoma City Thunder are trading Isaiah Joe to the Detroit Pistons.
That's a good pickup.
For 2 future second-round picks.
Well, yeah, because the Thunder can't take any players back.
No, they cannot.
Good pickup for Detroit. It's not going to make or break everything for them, but if Isaiah Joe can get his three-point game going, because his minute distribution in Oklahoma City was interesting the last couple of years. He became pretty good role guy for them.
Yeah.
And then kind of fell out of the rotation, basically. 11 points per game, shooting 42.3% on 6 3-point attempts.
This seems like the
perfect
kind of candidate that we should have been looking at for 2 second
exactly
round
who I was hoping we would get into, yeah.
42% last year from 3 on 6 attempts, as you mentioned, per game. The year before that, he was 41%. Year before that, 41%,
How many roster
40%.
spots do we have right now technically on our
That is a great question. Robert Williams is gone. Well, not gone, but
he's an unknown.
He's an unknown.
Yep.
Outside of that, in terms of free agents, are there any others that I'm forgetting? I think everybody else is still under contract.
I do feel like this is a move that you're OKC. You're trying to send this guy to the other conference, so he ain't going anywhere.
No, I don't think Oklahoma City operates quite like that.
Okay.
No, I just think 2 second-round picks is easy, good business.
Well, and they're trying to cut money, and there's something else in the plans for them.
Where was Portland in this then? Because they've got 100 second-round
look,
picks right now.
we can have a conversation at some point, whether that's today or another point. I think there are absolutely good things we can point to in the Cronin era of roster management. I also can point to a decent amount of things that make me go, what were we doing here?
Yeah.
I mean, a full mid-level for GP2 and then just basically trading him out for 5 seconds because he never wanted to be here.
No.
Seems like a pretty big mistake in how you give out your mid-level, right? So, there's that. Then you get into the trade stuff. The Cam Reddish, Chris Murray, who else was it? For Josh Hart, right? And you could have said, we're going to lose him for anyway, but... and then not willing to trade some of the picks for some of the role guys for the Knicks who became hugely important for them. I also have noted things like, I thought personally, and I said this on the pod when I used to do it with Danny, I was pissed off we didn't get Obi Toppin. And I'm not telling you Obi Toppin's changing your circumstance and winning you a title.
No.
Pretty nice little role guy ended up being for the Indiana Pacers the year they made the finals, was he not? So
can we add choosing Elijah Hughes over NKA? Good Lord.
There's just mistake. There's little things that we miss out on that don't always make or break everything for your team that I've been like, why aren't we doing that? We had all these second-round picks. We could have gotten Obi Toppin. 2 seconds for Isaiah Joe. Good shooter. Maybe they have a bigger player in sight, and so they're going to need to manage the roster. But, it's little things like that for me that I note, and I'm like, yeah, we could have used a 42% three-point shooter.
Yeah, that's a tough part is that you want to react when you see moves, especially players that make sense for Portland to go after and try and go get, and you don't get them. There's a weird balance of why weren't you involved in that? But to your point, I don't know what's getting kicked up behind the scenes. I don't know what the larger thought is about building the roster out and what other guys you're trying to go after. And maybe there's something in the works that is going to solve some of their three-point shooting. Because as much as I loved hearing Mike and Nori talk about that yesterday, I don't think just having guys come off of certain screens or shoot with the right step back instead of a left step back is going to fix all of your issues. You need to be a drastically better shooting team next season, and going out and finding, as Hassan Whiteside would say, shooters is a big deal of that. Mm-hmm. So I don't want to be too critical because I don't know what the rest of the plans are, but I do think there's that seems like in the moment, as we react to it in real time, unsure of what is still to come, a missed opportunity in Detroit. That's a great trade. They needed offensive help like hell. It's only 2 second-round picks. They're still in play for larger things. Mm-hmm. Maybe a Jaylen Brown is heading to Detroit. That's one of the guys or one of the teams that is reportedly trying to go after him.
They clearly are in on trying to get whoever that ball handling playmaker, secondary to Cade is going to be. They clearly have opened up the cap space and room for it.
And if you have a ball handler who's going to get blitzed and double teamed, what is it great to surround him with?
Kick out shooter.
Yeah. Guy who shoots 42%. So we'll see if anything else comes out of the NBA. Maybe carry that over a little bit on the other side. We're back after this. 105.1 FM The Fan.
Now, here's a quick look at
Well, I might be on the brink of yelling. We'll get to that in a moment.
I'm going to yell about Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, I'm outraged, dude.
Do you know? So this is a funny admission. So I'm a radio person. I love radio.
Yeah.
And when I'm in the car, I just have the fan on. I'm always going to be a P1 of the fan, right? Have been forever.
Absolutely.
So about a year or so ago, I'd be in the car and I'd have to pick up my kids from school and then run some errands. And it would always just happen to line up with primetime playing the Caitlin Clark is White Stephen A. Smith drop.
Right.
And about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, my youngest, one day we're just in the backseat driving and we're not talking and she just goes, Caitlin Clark is White. But she does it with like a British accent.
Oh, okay, she went British with it.
She didn't try to. She was trying to mimic Stephen A., but in doing that, she made it more British. Anyways, we've been joking about this for 2 years. She goes to the Caitlin Clark game, and I bring her in because she has an Indiana Fever Stranger Things jersey.
Her having a shirt that says Caitlin Clark is White would have been glorious.
I go, hey, it's funny for us because we get where it's coming from.
Inside joke.
Don't go to the arena and just start yelling, Caitlin Clark is White.
Every time she makes
with
a
your
bucket.
British accent. And she goes, why? And I was like, I'll explain it to you later.
Yeah.
Just don't do it.
Please don't do that
and
in
when
public.
she came back, I go, did you say it? And she goes, I didn't say it. I was like, good job.
Okay, we're good.
Because out of context.
That doesn't make any sense.
A random kid just going, Caitlin Clark is White.
That's Alex Crawford at a Dodger game yelling, milk me, mommy. Not everybody in the section's going to get it. That's going to make some people turn their heads.
Milk me, mommy, and hit me, daddy. Still one of the more awkward things I've ever sat next to in my entire life.
Oh.
At a very, potentially problematic area.
Yeah, it's not a great thing to yell at a ball game. Now, fair point in the fan text line. Isaiah Joe traded. That just happened about 15 minutes ago. If the Thunder didn't want to take a player back, the Blazers don't have any cap space. How do you propose they trade for him? But
that was my whole point.
I mean, it's totally fair. It's not necessarily just about Isaiah Joe. It's about the idea of, and again, there's a difficulty here because the NBA season ends. Ours has been over for quite some time. And we've all been sitting around like twiddling our fingers and thumbs waiting for something to happen. When's a move going to take place? When's a trade? We didn't have any picks in the draft, so it's a unique year in that regard. Like, even if you have a second-round pick, we're still stupid enough to care about that. Oh, who do we get with the 48th pick? Like, who's the guy we got? Oh, we played here. Like, we find a way. Ryan Rupert projects as. Like, we do that thing. So we've just been in this weird spot where we've been sitting and waiting. Free agency hasn't even opened up yet. Now, you can trade players. We're about, 6 days away, I think, from free agency opening up, 5 days, whatever it is. Not having anything happen to our roster so far has me on an uneasy feeling. And I know that's dumb because there's not that many ways that they could have improved the roster yet. Again, with no pick and free agency isn't open yet. But there is this idea of watching other teams make moves and get better and find ways to improve their roster.
Yeah.
And we are on the outside looking in.
Well, for now. And
I
think
yes,
that's the
for
point.
now.
Like, to that texter's point, yeah, it'd be great to have a 42% three-point shooter from a team that's won a title and been in the fight, right?
We got one at the deadline last year. We couldn't play him in the playoffs.
We did. He wasn't the level of Isaiah Joe.
No.
And so, like, my whole point in the last segment was exactly that. We have not a lot of roster moves we can make until we make the move, if we're making a move, or we sign somebody to the mid-level.
An interesting thought here. So Bobby Marks put this out. Not really interesting thought, but just a crazy number. So one of the reasons people were wondering why is OKC doing what they're doing, or their bigger moves in place.
Mm-hmm.
They, on June 15th, that was 11 days ago.
Well, they have a tax coming up.
11 days ago. Do you know what their tax bill was?
Wasn't it like 220 or was it 167?
Their tax bill, again, June 15th.
Yeah.
$296 million tax.
Higher than 220. Okay.
Their salary as a team is 261.
Yeah.
Their tax is 296.
Yep.
They have traded Aaron Wiggins and Isaiah Joe. Do you know what their tax bill is now at?
190? Did they cut 100?
They cut more than that. It's down to $107 million.
And they're probably not done.
They're probably not done. They have cut almost $200 million off of their tax, but when the bill is at $300 million, you still got a sizable tax. So I'd be curious to see where they go and what the rest of their offseason looks like.
It'd be really funny if they went enough to get under the tax, because I heard nothing but how insanely rich and how much they spend It'd be really funny if
They
did
spare
that.
no expense in Oklahoma City, don't you know?
The title team is actively telling the fan base, sorry, not running it back completely. We're going to cut certain guys or let them go because we don't want to pay into the second apron.
They're in an interesting spot, losing the Western Conference Finals in Game 7. One of your big three is turtles every time he sees the other best player that he's going to have to go up against for the next 5 to 10 years.
It's literally the only player in the conference that he just shrinks against.
Do you go try and get another big? Do you get rid of Chet? Is there a massive move for them? Do they just kind of whittle down some salary and keep it as is with their draft picks? Like, what OKC does this offseason is very interesting to me.
Yeah.
Shams did say this morning on Get Up or First Take or whatever ESPN show he was on, he did say that one of the teams that continues to have interest in Jaylen Brown is your Portland Trailblazers.
Yes, I think we're going to actively try to get Jaylen Brown.
I put up a poll question 45 minutes ago, and this is probably what's going to lead me to yell by the end of the show.
Why? You know this is going to happen.
Why are we this way? And will we ever unlearn being this way? Is there anything that can make us not be this way? Would you include Donovan Clingan in a trade for Jaylen Brown? Right now, the results are 60.9% say yes and 39.1% say no.
Would you say it better not be over 15%?
I said better not be over 15%.
You're
and
insane.
Back-to-back responses on the tweet. One says yes, obviously. The people voting no still think CJ and Simons are future Hall of Famers, which, thank you. Great point. And then the very next tweet is, I would, but you'd have to get a good secondary move at center because this basically makes us the Celtics. Is being the Celtics a bad thing now?
The second best team in your
In
conference?
our lifetimes, have we ever been better than the Celtics?
In our lifetimes?
In our lifetimes.
Absolutely. The mid-'90s? The late 90s? Were the Celtics good?
Okay.
Remember Rick Pitino?
I do.
That was a thing.
That was a thing.
We've been better than the Celtics.
Okay.
Do we have more titles than them
No.
in our lifetime? No.
No,
we do not. No.
A team who went to like 7 straight Eastern Conference Finals and
there's
won
that.
an NBA title.
It is crazy to think
I
about
don't want to
Jaylen.
be the Celtics. We've reached that point.
Think about Jalen's time in Boston and if it's indeed coming to an end. Like, how many conference finals he's been in? And
Yes.
What is he? He's 29,
Let's
28?
see. He is.
Or is he 30?
So his first year, let me pull up his stats and then I'll look at the
I think his
seasons.
second year, wasn't it the year they went to the conference finals against LeBron in 18?
I believe so. So 16-17 was his rookie season.
Yeah, so 17-18 would have been his second season, and I think they were in the conference finals game 7.
Yes, and LeBron beat him.
Yeah.
And they were the young Celtics.
Yep.
So starting almost there in 16 and 17, his rookie season they went to the conference finals.
Okay. So
Lost to the Cavs.
His first 2 years conference finals.
Second year, lost in Game 7 to the Cavs conference final, 2-2. Third year, second round of the playoffs, lost to the Bucks. Then they lost in the conference finals.
So 3 and
3
4.
out of 4.
Yep.
That was to the Heat. Then there was the bubble. Then they lost in the NBA finals. So made it again to the conference finals.
4 to 5.
That year to the NBA finals.
Yep.
The next year, back in the conference finals, they lost to the 8-seeded Miami Heat.
That's right. So what?
In 7 games.
6 of 7 seasons
6
now?
of 7 or 7 of 8, somewhere, or
think
6
it's
of
6 of
8.
7.
The next year, they won the NBA championship.
So there's another year.
And then 2 years ago, they lost in the second round to the Knicks, and then this year, the first round.
So he's been 6 times in his career to the conference finals.
How many conference finals appearances do the Blazers have in their history?
Well, 77.
77.
Like 4 or 5, right?
90.
We didn't get back till 89, 90.
92.
And 92, so there's 3.
And then 99, 2000.
And then
Oh, and
2019.
then
2019,
2019.
yeah.
So we as an organization have been to the same number of conference finals as Jaylen Brown has been in the last decade. But we don't want to be the Boston Celtics.
Well, you need a center.
So, go get Nurkic.
Young Hansen.
Robert Williams. The guy who played over him in the playoffs.
You're telling me that the Blazers don't have enough draft picks to go get a serviceable center if they decided to include Clingan in this deal?
Yes, we have a full mid-level.
Can I just say I invested about $1,000 into Donovan Clingan rookies back in like February, March when he was popping off because I thought
Cards? Are you talking about cards?
Yeah,
Schultz,
sports cards, like
ripping
autographs.
packs.
Well, because I sold some older stuff and I'm like, all right, what's a young kid I want to invest in? I thought Clingan was highly undervalued on the collector's market and regular season numbers showed true. I mean, he really played well.
He had a great year this year.
Yeah, he embarrassed himself. But guess what? That still happens with young players. Okay, if they decide to use his regular season as a jumping off point to include him in a trade, let's do that. Do you not want to win now? I am sick of caring about the 2031
Right.
Portland Trailblazers. I'm tired of it.
I saw a takeaway the other day. I think it was from Nate Jones, Dame's guy, who's pretty active on social media, and he'll talk about the roster from time to time. And anytime he shares a thought, I'm always curious what he says because I know he's close friends with Damian Lillard. So if he's supportive of something or defending something, I'm always like, oh, okay. That's like one of the things he tweeted the other day after Giannis finally got traded was Giannis was never going to sign an extension in Portland. I don't know where this narrative came from that he was. And if Nate Jones is saying that, I'm going to go ahead and buy into that he has the ear of Damian Lillard and that Lillard told him like, yeah, man, we tried. I would love to have him here, but he wasn't going to sign an extension. And he already did the thing that we've had to do for a lot of years as Blazer fans. And it's funny that Clingan is now in the forefront of this conversation. I'm not saying Donovan Clingan sucks. I'm not saying I want to give up on Donovan Clingan and he's terrible. The idea of trading him for a guy who's top 5 in MVP voting, I would absolutely do that move. But it was basically, if the Blazers don't make any big moves, you know what the biggest thing that they need to lean on next season is? Internal development from Donovan Clingan. And how many times does it feel like we have been there as an organization where the offseason is like, dude, something big could happen. Here we go. And then it's, Ant could take a big step this year. Is this the year that Scoot pops? Is this the year that he puts it all together?
Yeah.
Because if you get that internal growth and development, that's basically like adding a new player. Is Shaedon Sharpe going to be reliable every night that he's on the floor? Or is he not going to care on one end and not try half the other nights and then randomly give you 30 and make you feel good about the player that he is? And it just, back to that thought of all you're hoping for in the offseason is internal. That we need CJ to take the next step. CJ's not going to take the next step. He is what he is. He scores 20 points per game. He can get hot. He can be a microwave. He doesn't play any defense. He just is what he is. Like that. There's a ceiling on what he can be. I'm not saying Clingan is there. I'm just ready to not have an offseason where the whole hope is internal development on your young guys.
Well, but it might be that.
It might be.
Like, and look, you're going to hear a lot of noise about how hard they tried. And they tried and they tried if they end up swinging and missing on getting a big fish. And I will have to walk back my comments from the opening Dundon presser of my takeaway being that they're going to make the all-in move. And people calling me Charlie Brown and Lucy with the football. Absolutely. Donovan averaged 4 3-point attempts last year versus the 1 he averaged his rookie year.
Yes.
What does that number jump to with Mike Inori if they don't trade him?
It will likely go up. How high, I don't know. How many did Cat average last year? He's not going to be to that level. Because Cat had to have been maybe Jokic. I'm trying to think of like 3-point shooters as big.
I mean, the comp has got to be more Marc Gasol, Brook Lopez, I think, for Donovan.
What's
a guy coming in that didn't really have much of a 3-point shot, but developed it.
What is the? Let me look up Brook Lopez and see what what was his career high of threes.
Brook Lopez, if you look at his numbers, he went from like never shooting them to just instantly
Cat
becoming
shoots
like a
4 to 5
huge
a
high
game.
volume guy.
Cat's only at 4 to 5 a game, really?
Yeah, 4.1 last season.
4.1, 4.7 the year prior, 5.3 in Minnesota, 5.7. So this is the Mike Inori aspect.
Wow.
5.3, 5.7, 4.9, 6.3, 7.9 in 2019, 2020.
Yeah. Became a heavy 3-point shooter.
He was a high-volume 3-point shooter for Minnesota at one point. That number has now since gone down. But the point is, if Mike Inori is going to be your head coach, I'd imagine that Clingan number is going from 4 to 6 to 7, and then you just work with him on trying to make those numbers efficient. And so maybe he shoots 37%. Like, that's the goal for them when you talk about internal development, if they don't indeed make a trade and get a Jaylen Brown type.
To your point on Brook Lopez, he spent his first 8 years in the NBA, he basically didn't shoot a three.
It's mind-blowing when you look at the numbers, isn't
his
it?
last year in Brooklyn, he goes from 0.2 attempts per game to 5.2.
Yep.
4.4, 6.3, 4.8. And
he never looked back.
He was in the high 4s, low 5s the majority of his career the rest of the way.
Yeah.
And the number, I mean, there's some years where it's 31%, which wasn't great. But there's some years in there where it's up to 37, 38%, 36%. Like, that absolutely can help. Yeah, I mean, that unquestionably is the biggest area of development that he could have. There's also just times watching him that do we ever feel like offensively he's going to be, outside of a 3-point shooter, have any sort of offensive game other than offensive rebounds?
No.
And I don't feel that way either.
But see, the 3-point shooting is not something I want to just dismiss either.
No, that's totally fair. Because he won a big that could space the floor, and we saw how impactful that was for the Knicks in the finals, and Cat bringing Wemby and guys like that out of the paint.
He shot 34% last year on 4.2 attempts. If he could get that up to 6 to 7 attempts and he shoots 37%.
Yeah.
Like,
that's a good number.
Answer me this then, because I know what you're saying here. We know
this isn't an anti-Clingan, but it's mainly just like Jaylen Brown is a really good player, guys.
We agree on the Jaylen Brown thing. But on the Clingan part, we know he's not built, nor does he have the athleticism to be the dribbling the ball going and getting your shot attempt the way Wemby does, right? We agree on that?
Yes.
So if he ups his three-point averages in percentage and attempts, and he's just a great offensive rebounder his whole career, he was, number 1 in the league this year?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the ceiling. Because how many true bigs have a low post game anymore?
That's a great question. Not a lot of them.
Almost none of them.
Not a lot of them.
So it's
like I can dump it down to Jokic in the block, but he's rarefied air.
The two golds in basketball,
Embiid.
like from youth sports to college now to what the NBA is. There are two what coaches would call gold medals, okay? To use Alex Sarama's term, the head coach of the Fire. There's two golds. The two golds are open looks from three, at the rim shots.
Yes.
The mid-range, back to the basket, low post. I'm not saying there's no use for it at all, nor is there ever going to be a player to never have a low post game. It's largely in that silver, medal, bronze category, I think, for most coaching systems.
That's fair. Yeah.
Get the low post right at the rim, put back
high
or
efficiency
dunk,
around the hoop,
or get an open three.
Yeah.
Those are your two gold medals that these coaches are preaching now in basketball. And if Donovan becomes that, he becomes exactly what the game is. I don't ever foresee him really having much to a back to the basket type game.
Let me throw centers at you. Because you watch all these guys much closer than I do. Jokic, obviously, like he shoots threes. He averaged 4.5 per game, but he can do whatever.
He's an exception to all.
Şengün
has a little bit of a low post game. He's not awful.
Less than 2 threes a game. He's not a prolific shooter.
I also just watched him be awful in the playoffs against a Laker team that only had LeBron.
Very fair. Bam's he's more of a mid-range.
You mean the second highest regular season point scorer
I will be honest with you.
History?
Dude, this is kind of blowing my mind.
Yeah.
And maybe I should have known this. Maybe they all came in one game and it's skewing his stats.
Yeah.
Did you know that Bam attempted, in terms of centers, classified centers in the NBA?
He's an undersized center, but yes.
The second most three-point attempts per game?
What did I just say?
That's shocking to me.
That's the sport.
Oh, I know it is.
The gold medal of the sport is at the rim.
Naz Reid
open
was
three.
one, yeah. Naz Reid 5.8.
Another great one.
And then Bam Adebayo 5.5.
So Jokic is kind of an exception.
Yes.
Anthony Davis, when he's healthy, can have a back to the basket. But when we're talking back to the basket, we're all thinking of the prime guys from the 90s.
I mean, a lot of these other guys, though, like Duran's not a three-point shooter, but he's not an offensive guy.
Who struggled in the playoffs.
Right.
He
Evan
was
Mobley.
Didn't know impact.
Right? He takes 3 a game. Cat, we know, shoots a bunch. Vucevic, Boston, Chicago, 4 threes a game.
Dirt, I don't know if they will include Donovan if it ever gets to that, okay? And you can laugh at them, the idea of them even getting Jaylen Brown. I totally get it.
Yes.
But if they do not trade Donovan Clingan, it is abundantly clear Mike Inori, like if he hasn't already, Donovan, start spotting up. We're shooting a lot of threes, dude. Your put-back dunks are great. Your put-back layups are great because you can get those offensive rebounds. We're not dumping the ball down to the low block. You go shoot a higher percentage with more attempts. That's what the game is.
Yeah, that's fair. A little more thoughts on this and some other NBA chatter. We'll get to some football stuff coming up. Final hour back out for this 105.1 FM. The Fan.
The Firm.
All right, we got a lot to get to in the final hour of the show. Some football stuff in the notes. One big story we haven't even really talked about yet. Probably should have talked about yesterday, and then it slipped through both of our. We both got nutmegged by the story, if you will, and so we'll get to that at some point in the final hour. Some football stuff in the Nuggies. Couple thoughts here on Donovan Clingan. I did enjoy this one. Somebody said, "Do you think is there any chance O'Shea would have let Mike Nori answer questions about his contract?"
Water bottle. Water bottle.
I think it's really sexy.
What did you make of Cronin? I know press conferences aren't his.
He's not the most. Yes, he's not the most outlandish personality.
He's looked more comfortable in other pressers for the Blazers.
I would agree with that.
He looked a little. We're just reading body language and tone, right?
Give me your body language reading.
Tired. I think he's tired of hearing everything, the noise. He's trying to operate in a world where he's trying to execute a draft or a trade.
Well, maybe. I mean, who knows? They could have thought about trading into the draft.
I don't think they did. And by the way, we lost Schmitz to the Dallas.
We did.
Who did Dallas draft in their first pick?
They took the Michigan cat.
Oh, who's their coach?
The Michigan cat.
Schmitz, the wonder genius, making that pick? Or was that Dusty May say, I'm taking my guy who's high-level, super athletic, and knows my system?
I'm still waiting for them to offer us a first-round pick for Young Hansen. I'm still waiting.
Look, Mike Schmitz might have a lot of success in Dallas. That will largely be because Cooper Flagg plays basketball.
Yes.
I literally laughed out loud when they made the pick because everybody could see Morez Johnson Jr. coming a mile away when they picked Dusty May.
Right. Didn't some people think he was a reach there, though? Or am I thinking of a different... Some people think the first Michigan guy off the board was a bit of a reach?
I thought him and Lindeborg were about the same range-ish.
Yeah, mocked in
when
the same
Dusty
area.
May got picked, you could have gone and bet that.
Yeah, he's going to take a Wolverine here.
But Mike Schmitz, nobody knows talent better than Mike Schmitz. That's all I heard for 4 years. I thought Cronin was interesting in the brief back and forth with Orem, Heiken asking him about trade stuff, and he's not going to give you much.
No.
I kind of more took away, even in tone, and even though he didn't give us, I'm like, mentally, I heard it, and I'm like, they're going to run this back, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're going to add John Collins and call this good with Dame
Lillard,
aren't
We're trying here, aren't we? Huh?
So that whole Jeremy Grant trade that we heard once again was coming this offseason.
Oh, it'll happen.
The fourth year in a row isn't going to happen.
Memphis wants Jeremy Grant. They're going to get him. It's going to happen.
It's going to happen.
For like a third-round pick. Oh, wait, that doesn't exist. Okay.
We're holding out for a management spot. We'll get there at some point.
I hope he makes a move. I'd love Cronin to make a big move.
I mean, again, to be fair in all of this, there's a lot of time to go. Not that many players have been traded yet. Most of them that have happened have been ones that we've seen. But a thought on Clingan, somebody asking, I was about to say, you don't want Clingan shooting that many more, just a better clip, right? And that is where I'm curious to see where, because I think your point, and this was brought up in I think it was the Freeman piece, and we talked about it earlier, the Blake Griffin thing in Detroit, where he was this high-flying dunker. Mm-hmm. He lost a little bit of the step. He got a little bit older. Some injuries piled up, and you're still incredibly athletic, but you're not what you were when you were 24 years old, fresh in the NBA. And he had to kind of redesign himself as a player, and he became more of a point forward, running their offense. He made an all-star team, and he was shooting the three ball at a high clip. Like that has been something that's been featured for him for a long time in his coaching career, of just how many that number gets to. But I think to the point that we talked about earlier in the audio from Mike Nori, he's diving into every little nugget of analytic that he can find about how do we optimize the most out of this player? And if it's a skill set that he's developing to get better at shooting threes, how do we, you don't necessarily need to take it from 4 to 7 a game, but how do we make sure the 4 to 5 that he's taking on any given night are the most optimized looks that we could give him based on the numbers that he's put up over the last 2 years?
I thought for the most part, in the playoffs, his 3-point shot options were not good decisions.
Yeah.
In the regular season, I wasn't upset when he shot them mostly. I'm like, that's a shot I'd like you to shoot. Especially if you're going to, he shot, 34% on the 4 attempts?
Yes.
So, look, Cat's different. Cat is a better player. But, if you just use Karl Anthony Towns, that listener is not wrong. You want a higher percentage. But can you go from 5.2 or 4.2 to 5.2? One more attempt per game?
Yeah.
I think you could do that.
Seems reasonable.
You don't need to make a 4 to 8 jump. That would be asking a lot.
No, especially if you're shooting it somewhere around the range of 35%.
Yes.
I'm okay giving one more attempt a game.
It'd be great if you got to the 5 number and you averaged 36, 37.
That's a dream scenario.
That's a great dream scenario. Yeah. And I'm not saying Mike Nori, you can guarantee that with Mike Nori. I'm just saying that has to be a huge priority for them this offseason, because I think that's a good point of, the Blazer fans who want Giannis or they want Jaylen Brown, and those may not be realistic. Hell, let's go Anthony Davis. If Anthony Davis is still on the table for them, Donovan's going to have to be spaced because you're not playing them together. So Donovan's going to have to be more perimeter-based because Anthony Davis is not.
Yes.
Anthony Davis has gotten slower. He's gotten bigger. He's more injury-prone. His outlier season shooting the basketball is the bubble. For whatever reason, he couldn't miss from the perimeter at the bubble, and he's never been able to duplicate the numbers. So
something about not having fans there helped him out.
Well, sight lines can be a thing, right?
Yeah.
Just whatever it was. But going from 4.2 to 5.2, like that's what I'm saying. I don't need him to go shoot 8 a game, but upping it a little bit while trying to get that percentage up is definitely going to be a priority for the development.
It killed him in the playoffs, man. Look, you're not winning the series either way. San Antonio was better than you. Game 1, he was 0 of 3 from 3. Game 2, he was 1 of 6 from 3. Game 3, he was 1 of 3 from 3. Game 4, he was 1 of 6 from 3. And in the closing Game 5, he was 2 of 7. That is 5 for 25, 20%.
Yeah. Game 4 is the one that I think in my mind I was like, dude what are we doing?
There was almost a moment where you're like, all right, now stop shooting. You don't want to tell shooters to stop shooting, but please stop shooting because this is not helping the case whatsoever.
Well, you saw it with Chet, right, on a much larger scale. The tough thing for these bigs, and Donovan is bigger than Chet, the tough thing for most of these bigs in that league, when you go against number 1 in San Antonio, your easy little putbacks, your attempts down low, they're not as quick and willing to do it because that guy erases everything.
Yep.
So sometimes just his mere presence, you saw this with perimeter-oriented players, you saw it with bigs. His mere existence on the court makes a lot of players do things that they don't want to do.
Yep, absolutely did. Did it to the Thunder in the Western Conference Finals as well. We got a lot to get to in the final hour of the show. Some football nuggies. A big story this week we haven't even really talked about yet. I got some fun with audio for you. It's a loaded final hour on a Friday. Don't go anywhere. Dirt and Sprague 105.1 FM The Fan.
Big hits, big bets, big plays.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
This is the Layin' Wood Report, brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 50 years.
The USA's big star gets nutmegged. Gooler still trying to get in. Chance for a cross. Comes back to the top of the box. Now it's clipped in at the backside. Matt Turner, it's stabbed home. Turkey score the winning goal in the 98th minute.
Yeah, John Strong on the call. That one, a great soccer match. Turkey came up and got the go-ahead goal in the last couple seconds. USA didn't need to win this game. They move on to the knockout round. Against Bosnia, played a lot of secondary players, but Turkey ending the World Cup with a win over USA.
I think somebody commented earlier on the text line to game 162 for the Dodgers when they have 105 wins. It's like, whatever. We lost. Okay, it'll be fine. But an entertaining game nonetheless, all the way down to the finish.
Layin' Wood Report brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 60 years. Delivery, custom cutting, and special orders. Visit them at emeraldplywoodinc.com or the location on Southeast Stark Street.
The fans. Network.
Hey, let's do this. Final hour. Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader. 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Hope your Fridays are off to a delightful start. Looked like it stopped raining a little bit over there.
Yeah, I did. I mean, look, we had a listener actually send us something last night. Anybody over the age of 35 when it rains, we need it.
Dude, it was hot earlier this week. Although my one complaint will be this week, swimming lessons started this week. And in the pool yesterday was not a very, it was cold. It was like,
oh, yeah.
It's one of those, like I told the wife, I was like, we're not going to go tomorrow.
You're skipping.
Now,
you paid for it.
So we didn't pay for it. The full swim lessons technically start next Monday. They offered like a free week lead-up swim lesson. Whoever signs up, you get a free week of lessons, like to come jump in.
It's a socialist swimming.
This week is
class,
a socialist swimming lesson,
How about that?
and I told her since we did not pay for it, dude, it was miserable.
Taxpayers on the hook for that free swim lesson there, Andy.
Tom Dundon better pay for my swimming pools. Okay, let me in the pool, man. I do have a bit of a bone to pick with my son's swim instructors right now. Not a lot going on in class. Not a lot happening.
Well, his age range, it's tough to expect
Look,
a lot.
90% of it is singing songs, right? You got my
just
little.
want him to be
I got my
enjoying the
tiny
water
turtle
time.
in the water. We're doing motorboats.
Yep.
They don't know the words to the songs.
I didn't want to bring this
Hokey
up.
pokey. They didn't know the words of the hokey pokey.
But since we're here.
You're teaching 2-year-olds.
So your wife, I live through your personal life through your wife posting
Sure.
stuff.
Yeah.
Your wife posted a video of Teddy Ballgame at a driving range yesterday.
We went to the range. Went to Eastmoreland yesterday when I got home.
And
That's what he wanted to do.
He hits a ball. He just walks up to the tee. It's a very quick 2-second video. He hits the ball. He hits it straight. It goes however many yards, and he walks away. And I
think
noted,
his PR is 31 yards, I think is his PR.
Are we counting the rollout?
Counting the rollout. Because they have the TrackMans now to tell you how. Not all of his shots register because they're not hit high enough or hard enough. Yeah. But when he does, he's got 31 yards, counting the roll.
So I watch the hit, and I go, dude, solid contact for a kid of this age.
Sure.
He's definitely trying to work him into being a prodigy. And I also laugh because unlike you, me, and everybody else that picked up golf probably too late in their life,
right?
He didn't admire his shot 1 second. He hits it. He doesn't look to see where the ball goes. He just walks away from the tee. And I think this kid's he's gonna be an under par shooter, dude.
He'd just be a killer out there. We don't even watch the ball.
My problem is half the time I pull my head up to look at the ball.
Where's
it
going?
I hit it. No, I didn't.
Nope, it was chunky.
I tapped it. All right.
That went 42 yards, and I wanted it to go 148
And I'm
yards.
like, this kid doesn't even need to see his shot. He knows it's so straight.
Look, I'm not pushing it. Every day I get home, that's all he wants to do is hit golf. I don't say like, hey, what do you want to do today? Do you want to go hit golf balls? He wakes up from naps and is like, Dad, golf balls, hit. I'm like, all right, let's do it, man.
That's awesome.
Sounds good to me, buddy.
It's great.
My game's going to be sharp this summer, by the way. We're close. We're spending a lot of time at the range right now.
The parents who have the kids who play sports that they don't know or like, I think there's so many great parents out there providing opportunities for the kids that they never had.
Right.
I also feel bad for a lot of those parents.
There's a little bit of that, yeah.
So, like, my kids, mainly because of me, really into basketball.
Super into
if they're
basketball.
playing, right? My oldest, getting into high school, she plays basketball, but she wants to dabble in what? The girls' flag football team that was just created.
Oh.
And tennis.
Tennis. That's right up your alley.
Old Dad Sprague
You were a
loves-
known Park Rose tennis legend.
Let's go rally. You want to go rally?
I'll go rally.
Tennis court's a mile away from our house.
Yeah.
I'm into it. Like,
that's an underrated activity for parents and kids, I feel like. If your
great.
kids get into tennis, something you do to stay active, keeps your hand-eye coordination sharp, you're out there running around.
And I'm not a great tennis player, but I know just enough tennis from my experience and Coach McFadden teaching me what he taught me to also teach her, like, hey, follow through like this. Hey, these are the basic rules.
Right.
This is how you score. This line's out, not that line. Like, I
Key
can
details.
Key details. And now we're trying to build up to have a good enough rally. I don't have to go to these soccer tournaments. I don't have to go to these softball tournaments.
No, you don't.
I got to go to volleyball.
Yeah, you're winning right now. You're winning.
I've won so far, and it seems like you're also trending in the direction of.
I mean, it's early. We got a long ways to go. I'm not counting any chickens before they hatch. We got a long ways to go. In 2 years, for all I know, he won't want to pick up a golf club.
Dude, he's addicted to golf at this age. I don't think that's going away.
Anytime he asks, though, it is it's one of my biggest parenting mottos of anytime there's a question of do you want to do something, it's, I mean, not always, obviously, silly because sometimes it's ludicrous, like let's have ice cream for breakfast. But in terms of like activities, it's like, yeah, dude, you want to go to the driving range today? Let's go, buddy. You want me to go stand around with you and hit golf balls for 25 minutes? That sounds like a great use of my Wednesday afternoon.
If I was to ever offer parenting advice, first of all, I wouldn't want to. Second of all, because you got to figure that stuff out on your own.
Yeah, everybody learns as they go.
I would tell you just don't miss your opportunities and your moments. And what I mean by that is, like, I rewatched a video with my oldest the other day when she was like 4. She wanted to make a YouTube channel. And I didn't want her on the internet. I didn't want my 5-year-old.
That's a tricky one.
It really wasn't. You're not going to be on the internet.
Yeah.
There's weirdos
but
on the
she
internet.
wants to do it, so it becomes,
So what we did is we made videos, but we kept them on our phones, and she'd practice or pretend she was signing off on our YouTube channel, right? Just delightful little kid stuff. And I'm rewatching this, and she's making me like a gummy souffle. It's like Nerds, Captain Crunch. It was in a bowl.
Ooh.
I remember the video. I remember eating it, right?
Yeah. How did it taste? What was the review?
Well, it
4
was,
stars?
It's all sugar. It's delicious.
Woo-hoo!
We rewatched it, and she couldn't believe how she sounded and all that. And I'm sitting here, and there's a brief moment where she's handing me, and I have me on the video, and I'm looking down at my phone, and you can tell that I'm scrolling.
Yeah.
And I got really disappointed in myself because at that point in our careers and where I was, I just there's so many little moments that I wish I would have not had my phone in my hand that I'm like, just be present in every single moment that you can. I understand you can't be a dad or parent perfectly 24/7.
That's one of the tricky parts about our job is that the news cycle never stops, and you never know when something, especially this time of year, like you're waiting for something to happen, waiting to react to something. There's a Blazer trade that's going to go down at some point, and I try and have that same motto because I'll do that from time to time. It's one of the reasons I throw the phone in a different room. Like I don't even want to have it on me because if it's on me, what am I eventually going to do?
Yeah,
it's like just a natural tick. You
Right.
just take it out when you're bored, and he's playing with Legos, and then I'm doing this, and he's playing. He's like, hey, Dad, he wants to do something, and I'm down here not even paying attention to what he's doing. It's like, damn it, why am I didn't need to scroll for 30 seconds there. That was stupid.
That's why if he says, Dad, I golf, you go,
yes,
let's go.
Let's go. I'm in, baby. Let's go hit some golf balls. You want to talk about Terry and Arnold?
That's a wild story. Seeing him at his hearing in the full vest and
now, what's the difference
handcuffs.
between the vest and the orange? Why was he in the vest and other people were in the orange?
Well, I think those are other prisoners.
Okay. I didn't know if there was like a specific reasoning to that.
I don't know what that is. Is that a bulletproof
I don't know.
thing? I
Help
don't
us
know
out.
what it is either. I've never been...
If Prison Mike's out there listening right now, let us know why they do the green vest instead of the orange smock, I guess you would call it.
He's maintaining his innocence.
Yes, he is.
His lawyer and him are fighting this. He is also going to be without... He cannot leave through the weekend, so he'll be there all weekend.
Yep, all the way till Monday. And they're going to try and keep him from even getting
They don't want
bail.
him out at all,
No.
so like they want to keep him till the trial. That's really sad news, man. And I hope that we come out and we find out that he's wrongly being accused of this, but it's pretty terrible what he's being accused of. And so the Lions now have to sit in a world of answering questions they don't have answers to.
Yep.
The sick, unfortunate part of this is, guess what? Now they have to think about roster stuff. Like,
yes,
might have a kidnapper on our roster, but we got to think about how do you replace the kidnapper?
We'll talk about windows, man. Like they're one of those teams that's in that question of like, is the window still open? Maybe it's cracked. I don't know how open it is, but like they're still a good team. He's a really good player in their secondary.
Well, I listen to Cleveland radio every once in a while because I enjoy their morning show, and they were having a debate the other day of like, if this is legitimate and he's going to be gone, are we talking about them calling us about Denzel Ward? So now it becomes trade chatter.
Right, in another market who might be looking at it. They're in a rebuild mode, and we'll trade you. How about 2 first-round picks? Or 1 first-round pick.
The way that the news flows in baseball, basketball versus football is fascinating, where you get these awful arrest stories, and in the NFL it morphs into, how are we going to get involved in a trade here?
Right.
Versus in basketball, it just morphs into kind of something different.
So if you haven't seen what he's accused of, it's pretty wild. So they're claiming police are the arrest of him, that him and several others, they had property stolen for them. So he had an Airbnb in, I think, the Tampa area is where it was, and he was renting this Airbnb out. He had a bunch of stuff stolen from his Airbnb.
Yes.
Him and some of the other victims, they felt like they found the group who was responsible for it, but police ultimately determined that they were not involved in it. Mm-hmm. And so basically they thought they found these guys that did it and stole the stuff from him, and him and a couple other guys lured them into a hotel room in the Tampa area. got them to walk into the bedroom. Once they walked in there, a couple of the other guys jumped out, grabbed the victims. They held them at gunpoint and started attacking them. Arnold was watching on a phone along with 2 other people. He eventually, according to police, showed up at the hotel with 2 other guys. And hours later, he showed up as I'm reading through the story, directed them to go inside. Around 1:40 a.m., police say the victims were escorted out of the apartment by armed suspects, forced into their vehicle before leaving the scene. So they robbed them, beat them up a little bit, took a bunch of stuff from them, and then made them drive off. Arnold then left the area. These victims then later reported it to police. They identified all the suspects. They had search warrants. They executed, and detectives arrested multiple people.
And they flipped on him, right?
And they flipped on him, and they're saying he was a primary conspirator in the alleged robbery kidnapping plot. Now, his argument, to your point, is I didn't have anything to do with this. These guys are just trying to throw out a big name to save themselves or to get a more lenient sentence. But according to the investigators, they have phone calls and text messages and tracking of showing he was involved in the entire thing and he was around the entire thing. And I have seen a lot of people make the Sorsby joke in the last 2 days of like, God forbid Brendan Sorsby play in the NFL. But the NFL, not a lot of issue here. And that's obviously tongue-in-cheek because he might be going to prison for a long time if he's found guilty of just the crimes
he's
that we care
facing a life
about.
sentence if he's convicted.
All of the
fully
things,
today.
piled up together. Now, is he going to get a life sentence in
Probably
prison?
not.
I highly, highly doubt it. But he might be going away for a considerable amount of time. A really good young player. Well, I think, is he still on his rookie contract?
I can't recall if he's on the rookie contract.
Let me see.
He hasn't been in the league that long.
He has not been in the league that long.
Well,
4-year, $14 million rookie contract that runs through 2028. He had a $9 million signing bonus. Like, he was due for a payday probably next offseason with 1 year left on his deal if he had another good year. And that obviously is up in the air now.
It's really odd, too, like when you have one guy involved in the criminal act or being alleged to be involved in this criminal act, and then in the other side, you've got a player on a team who's not on the team but is on the team posting weird videos. Like, we haven't talked about Ayuk all week. The videos he sends out on a daily is just like he's telling people to go to a website to buy tickets.
Yeah.
He's posting these odd videos in rooms with nothing in them, and he's dancing, and he's claiming the Niners they're scared. He's calling them all kinds of things. That story.
It's one of the weirder ones.
I mean, it's a little criminal in the sense of like he
filmed himself breaking the law.
Thing, but it's just an odd position and relationship the Niners and Ayuk are sitting in, and he's claiming the Commanders are going to take him, which that would actually technically, I think, be tampering by the league standards.
Yes.
But then Jeremy Fowler's reporting that he's filed none of the paperwork he needs to get his full release because basically everybody off the record is saying this isn't a tradable player. Like, nobody's trading anything to you for this guy.
People, by the way, are saying the green vest is an anti-suicide vest.
Oh, thank you.
So that's
okay. Thank you.
Takes on a whole different meaning. Yeah, the whole, like, we've seen wild diva wide receivers before. Antonio Brown took his clothes off and ran off the field in the middle of a game. Was that it for him? Did he get another shot after that?
No, that was it.
That was it, right? Did he ever play another game in the NFL? Because that was
the
end
of
of
Miami.
Was it
Did
Miami?
he have a brief Miami stint there?
Was that afterwards?
I can't recall. I want to say that was it, but I feel like
because that was with the Pats, right? Or no, was that?
No, that was the Bucks.
Was that the Bucks?
Remember, because he went with Brady.
That's right, he did.
It was the year after the Super Bowl in that game, and then he just basically lost it, took his stuff off, and left, and then
it was.
That was his last thing.
I don't know if it was the Bucks, and I'm assuming didn't play another game for the Bucks after that. Only 7 games in 2021.
No, that was absolutely it for the Bucks.
That was the end of that run. There's been some weird ones and some crazy ones before. The Brandon Ayuk situation is one of the weirdest that I can ever remember because he wasn't a guy, and maybe I'm just mistaken. Like, I don't remember there being a lot of these kind of talking points about him. Like Antonio Brown, when he was in Pittsburgh, we knew he was a weird dude. And we knew like what Tomlin did to hold that entire thing together was pretty commendable. And it felt like a powder keg that was ready to blow. And again, maybe this was there for Ayuk and we just didn't know it, or it was reported and I didn't follow the story close enough. But I don't remember this being a thing about him in college. Early in his NFL career, he came in eager, like proved himself.
He was a Niner fan.
He was a Niner fan. Like he's playing for the organization he grew up rooting for. Now you had the contract dispute that was tough of do you pay him, not pay him, do you trade him, not trade him.
But they paid him.
And they paid him though. That's the one thing. It's
and
not
I didn't want him to. That was a very hot topic issue, and I just thought some of his advanced analytics didn't match a player that I had watched. Like
yes.
The analytics crowd loved him, his route separation stuff. And
right.
I just never viewed him as a true one. They paid him a handsome sum. He wanted to go to Pittsburgh. That fell through. They give him the contract. He agrees to the contract. Then he's instantly tears his ACL. And really from that point on, the contentious relationship only picked up. And I'm not saying the Niners handled everything perfect, but this is largely screaming.
He just stopped showing up.
He
hasn't talked to anybody.
That he's kind of lost it a little bit.
I saw George Kittle. He was on Pardon My Take, I think last week or earlier this week. And they jokingly asked about him because one of the guys is a big Commanders fan, and he was like, trying to sell we'd love to have him on the Commanders, but now it's getting a little weird, and it's kind of like a stalker at this point. And Kittle had some hilarious lines in the interview where he's like, good luck with that. Have fun with it. I haven't talked to him in God knows how many months. He doesn't communicate with teammates anymore.
Nope.
He's been under contract the entire time. The team's not on the hook for any guarantees anymore because he's not showing up to the stuff he's supposed to show up to. Right. It's just like... Yeah, that of all the one, like I get, hey, you didn't pay me, I didn't get my extension, you made me play on the franchise tag. I'm pissed, I'm not showing up. Like, all right, I get it. That makes sense. Mm-hmm. Some of them you can compute in your head. That one, after you got paid, after everything you went through, and they got the deal done for you, and you're playing for the organization that drafted you, you're playing at a good organization that has a good, like everything is lined up for you to have success, and you're just running away from it. I don't know why. And look, it's the NFL. There's different levels of crazy, so I'm sure somebody will say yes. I just if I'm an NFL general manager and let's say the Niners think they come to an agreement, the contract is gone, you can get him for the cheapest wide receiver contract on the market because why would there be any sort of competition for him? Why am I willing to put my neck out and take a shot at you at this point?
Because of the talent.
All right.
Do you remember the story? So this is why, okay? Not why they should or why. It's more like why they could. Do you remember the Everson Griffin story?
Everson Griffin, I do not.
The edge rusher for Minnesota. He played there from the early 2010s.
I remember the player, yeah.
Okay, do you remember?
His mental health breakdown thing? Yeah.
He snuck into a room and then hid in the back of a truck or something. Yeah. Remember that?
Yeah.
He played 4 weeks later.
He did.
So the rebuttal is it's the NFL. Antonio Brown, to our point, how many chances did he get before they finally said enough is enough?
Right, he got a ton of them.
This is a weird story. It's bizarre, but this is his first time. So, could the Commanders do it?
I mean, you're not wrong.
The Commanders
are
in the business of trying to be better than they were last year.
Right.
And you look at the receiving room there, after Scary Terry, you start to look down a little bit. I could see a team like the Commanders kicking around going, all right, here's the one. Jeremy Fowler said yesterday, he hasn't filed the paperwork. He also could only be looking at a vet min.
Yeah.
So here's a veteran minimum contract.
Nothing guaranteed in the deal.
Be stable on the field and off the field for a year, and then we'll have contract talks about after this.
Yeah.
Yeah. It wouldn't.
I mean, I know somebody's going to do it. I know that somebody will roll the dice on him. That will absolutely happen. Your Antonio Brown thing is, it's a fair argument, and same with Griffin, but Griffin just stuck around with Minnesota, right? So he returned to the team that he played for.
Yes.
And he had an away, now we can have conversations about
sneaking into
the morality of having him play a month after a mental health breakdown when he's naked, running through the streets of Minnesota. The Antonio Brown one is valid too, but I don't know. I certainly thought Brandon Ayuk was a good receiver. I agreed with the take at the time. Don't pay him, trade him. If Pittsburgh could give you a first round pick for him,
Pittsburgh, we're going to go all in on.
Give me the first round pick and I'm running. I'll go find another wide receiver because he's not worth the kind of money that they paid him, in my opinion. You could make an argument though for a 5-year stretch that Antonio Brown was the best wide receiver in the NFL, and that there's just different levels of crazy that I'm more willing to give up on or to put up with, I should say. Because who's to say what kind of shape Brandon Ayuk's even in? Nobody's seen him in public in a year.
I mean, only in the videos.
Yes.
That's all we see.
What if his foot is 40 times a 5'2" now? He's just been getting fat. Now he's fat, Brandon Ayuk.
He doesn't look fat. He looks like he's still working out.
I have tiny legs and I'm fat. That's Brandon Ayuk
he's
now.
He's not the biggest receiver in the world.
That's why he's driving so fast. He can't run fast anymore. He's got the need for speed.
Can you lose an entire second off your 40 time?
Just eating your way out of it?
I don't know if that's possible.
That's a crazy one. Some wild stuff in the NFL. Brandon Ayuk is kind of weirding everybody out on social media. The Terrion Arnold story is crazy. We'll keep an eye on that. He's maintaining his innocence, saying he had nothing to do with it. And from a football standpoint, it is a massive blow to the Detroit Lions if he is unable to play this upcoming season. We're back after this. 105.1 FM The Fan.
Now, here's a quick...
.105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Well, I got some baseball stuff I'm going to throw at you here.
We're going to finally get into it?
You're damn right we are. No, we're not
it.
talking about that.
Why?
Everybody's moved on, dude. It's old news.
He
Move
no-showed his interview yesterday.
Move on.
I think the CEO kind of no-showed.
Move on.
Not breaking news, guys.
Not breaking news.
Not
Nothing to
breaking
talk
news,
about
dude.
here. Come on.
Actually, I did want to ask
Let's
you
only
about
talk
this,
about
too.
winning organizations. How about that?
Wait, didn't you say get you 3 of these?
Well,
What are we
currently,
getting 3 of?
Currently winning organizations,
now
not
we're-
past winning
okay.
organizations.
All right.
Dirt, were you in support of the hire of Buster Posey in the first place?
I was, without a doubt.
Why?
Because
not?
he's one of the greatest player in the history of the franchise and helped my team win 3
And
championships.
that qualifies him to be a general manager and a baseball executive. How?
The last 5 years before that, they did next to nothing.
Okay, all right.
Do you like having Dan Wilson as your manager?
Yes.
Why?
Oh, really?
Because he actually has
The
experience.
41-41 Mariners this year? Is he
that's-
doing a great job at manager?
I don't think he's actually giving the directives. I think it would be the GM and analytics department telling him, hey, you need to keep batting Rob Refsnyder even though he's hitting 100 against lefties. So no,
I'll take
I
it
like
another
Dan
step
Wilson.
further.
You're
I've
relieving
actually.
Dan Wilson of any criticism?
Not any, but the guy played catcher, one of the best catchers in
How does that make you a good
Mariners history.
manager?
Buster
Catchers-
Posey was a better catcher.
Catchers know how to manage. If Buster Posey were a skipper, you guys are having a weird argument with me right now. If he were hired as the skipper, I'd be like, hell yes, catchers belong in the dugout. But all of a sudden, general manager, there is no world where being a player all of a sudden gives you the experience to handle negotiations, to be able to make trades, to evaluate other
I
talent.
mean, he doesn't negotiate the contracts. They have a guy that negotiates
Okay, yeah,
contracts.
so they got 4 other guys, and he's just
Right.
the face. Well, he's doing
Yeah.
a hell of a bad job being the face right now.
You're telling me, buddy, my team blows. I know that they do. Can I take it another step further? Literally every move he's made, I have supported.
Okay.
When they traded for Rafael Devers, I thought it was a good trade.
I did too. I thought Chapman
When they
was
signed
great
Willie
signing.
Adames, I thought it was a great signing. He was a really good player in Milwaukee.
Yeah, they just haven't played well.
When they signed Matt Chapman, I thought, dude, I love Matt Chapman. Matt Chapman's a Gold Glove winning third baseman and a power hitter. I love his attitude, his grit. It's perfect.
I think Posey was thinking the same thing as
When
you.
they hired Bob Melvin to replace Gabe Kapler, I thought, thank God Gabe Kapler's gone. I love Bob Melvin.
But Tony Vitello?
I don't care. He's a college coach. It's not on him.
Managers don't
To
matter.
your Dan Wilson point, I don't think it's not his fault. So
I gotcha.
I can't turn around and criticize the general manager. It's one thing if I disagreed with every move that he made. It'd be like, why did you do that? That made no sense. And then it turns out to be true. But if I'm supportive of the move, I don't stand on firm ground criticizing you for the moves that you've made.
My only thing on him, aside from just the underwhelming nature,
This was not meant to be a giant segment, by the way. This is
Didn't
both of
he-
your faults. I didn't want to talk about my team.
didn't he serve in the front office in some capacity
No,
before?
Not
It was,
really.
so it was
I mean,
straight
he
out of
might have
nowhere?
been like an ambassador. Or,
I thought he was
you
an
know,
ambassador advisor type deal.
He was hanging
Maybe.
around the club. He was involved, not in day-to-day business dealings, but he was around. He never moved away from San Francisco.
They brought him in for the Chapman deal, and then I think they fired their current GM who didn't negotiate that, basically. I
Yes.
don't know if he was with the organization in a special capacity before that.
he was in a special advice. I mean, whatever label.
I guess
you
I
wanna
just
put on it.
I have found, it's people have noted down there, it's just odd how much they have like messed up this whole culture war thing that's been created from a hat.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
That's partly MLB's fault, too, on that one. Giants, yes. MLB also has a lot of blame.
I mean, they put the statement out saying they don't want people to deface their uniforms, which I get because how
That's their
slippery is the
policy.
slope? Like, what are you allowed to write on your uniform? Because
Fair.
eventually you're going to piss off
Because
somebody.
you can be okay with the Christian thing, but what if they do a different religion that
Right.
you don't agree with?
Right.
But
Now
what
we're
about
cool with it?
how Mark Sanchez used
What if
to
you get a
do?
Muslim player who crosses out the American flag on his uniform and draws something else? Is that okay?
What about like a verse on your eye black? I remember there were football players that would put John 3:16 like on
That's
their eye
technically
black.
not on your uniform. I don't know how skin would
Exactly.
count. Maybe that counts. I don't know. I just
It just didn't feel like a very hard thing to answer, and his refusal in that press conference was odd.
It's a really bad look. It's a really bad look, Bob. That's not the baseball segment I wanted to do here.
5-year max?
Did you know we might not have a baseball season next year?
I've heard such things. Yeah.
Before I get to that, though, dare I say, can I, now this is going to be me backed into a corner, can I make fun of another organization to make myself feel better about myself? Is that okay? Can I do that?
Sure, the Mets.
Okay. No, not even the Mets. The Mets is too easy. That's too low-hanging fruit. How about the Marlins? Marlins are always fun to pick on, are they not?
Them and the Rockies.
Them and I mean, they got 2 rings out of it at least, so they got that going for them. But
The Marlins, as a Braves fan, kind of quietly always a pain in my ass.
yeah, I could see that being in your division when you got to play them, and you're
Hey.
like, how are we losing to the Marlins?
Finally got 2 out of 3 out of
There's
that. Thank
nobody
God.
here. Sandy Alcantara has been one of the best pitchers in baseball over the last however many years. Right, he's been really good. Well, I actually saw him. Dusty and I did when we were in Atlanta for the Oregon-Georgia game. The Marlins were in town, and he was pitching. I remember being excited. I'm like, dude, Sandy Alcantara, he's pretty good. Well, he recently became the all-time leader in strikeouts for the Marlins organization, somewhere around 1,000 and something. I can't remember what the exact number was. He knew the number going into the game. Okay, so he was like, I know I'm 4 strikeouts away from setting the franchise record. He breaks the record, and I want you to listen to what transpired in Miami.
Yeah, he did. He struck him out. And there it is. Sandy Alcantara stands alone as Miami's all-time new strikeout leader.
They haven't really acknowledged that yet here in the ballpark. He knows. I think he was aware of that coming in, and he looks around to see if they put on the scoreboard. They did not.
They still have the count as 1 ball, 3 strikes.
Look at Clayton. He is not happy.
Clayton's their manager.
Neither is that Marlins dugout. They're telling the fans to stand up and applaud Sandy.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it out there. See, the problem I have, most of the fans here tonight should know that without having to look at the scoreboard.
And now he's doffing his cap, so the fans in the know now. That's great.
A lot of problems. It wasn't put up on the scoreboard right away, which it should have been, and a lot of fans who came here should have known it anyway. Little things like that irritate me, Kyle.
I know they do.
Kyle.
I understand.
Can you pull that?
They'll put it up on the scoreboard. There we go. That's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
Most strikeouts in Marlins history.
Scoreboard was working on a 30-second delay, but it finally got there.
Dude, the video, if you go watch the video, it's hilarious. So he strikes out the guy.
How long does this take? Is it 30 seconds?
It's
or
a
is it
long
longer than
time,
that?
dude.
Okay.
So he strikes out the guy. He clearly knows I just set the franchise record for strikeouts.
Okay.
He then spends 10 seconds because there's you have a longer pitch clock after a strikeout, like literally walking around the mound like, is anybody good? Is anybody? No?
Big deal?
Like, no?
No?
Is it? No, nothing? The Marlins dugout is like turning around, looking up into the press box, like, "What are you guys doing?" And then they start standing up, like yelling at the fans behind the dugout, like, "Can you please stand up and cheer?" And I'm not kidding you. Like 15, 20 seconds goes by, then a slow applause starts to build, and that's when he takes his hat off. But it took 15 to 20 seconds of him walking around the mound, wondering, "Is anybody going to acknowledge this?" And it just made me think of like, could you imagine Damian Lillard setting the how many franchise records does he own?
I looked this up.
And how big of a deal it is every time he breaks one?
I wanna respond to one part of this.
Yes.
The broadcaster part. I just disagree with him. There are diehards who follow record stuff. But if the organization is not doing it the second
it
happens,
should be the organization first, fans follow.
Do not go out of the fans. Do not be going. They should all know it coming into the ball game.
Right.
Why? A lot of people don't read newspapers anymore.
You're 6 strikeouts away. Let's count.
Half their
5, 4,
algorithm
3.
is political, fixing your golf slice, or probably naked women. So, like, okay, it's not in the algorithm. Why should they walk into a ballpark?
Fair point.
And know that.
Fair point.
So, like, I have a real problem with going at the. How about the organization dropping
Who
the ball?
didn't put something on the Jumbotron immediately after it happened?
Like, are we going to have a pause this season when Dame Lillard passes Clyde Drexler for field goal attempts as a Blazer?
Ooh, is
Do you
that a
even know how many
celebration?
back he is?
I have no idea. I don't know if attempts is worthy of it. I'm going to go no celebration.
Okay, what about in 2 seasons in games played?
Is he our all-time leading scorer? He is, right? Did he pass that one?
All-time leading scorer.
Has
I
to
think
be,
so.
right? He had to have passed
He
that
hits,
one.
yeah, he's got the most threes, I feel like, by that alone.
Yeah, the game has changed so much. And he played here for so long.
God, you would think it'd be at the top.
Maybe
of
we are
list.
the Marlins. Am I learning that we're the Marlins?
That's what I'm
We don't
saying. It's
know.
like, how many records do you actively
Right.
memorize? Some people memorize a lot of the team stats.
I know he's the all-time leader in threes made. I remember when he passed
don't.
that one. That was a long time ago. And I feel like he did points too.
Dame owns most minutes played.
Yes.
Most 3-pointers made.
Yep. Yeah, I'm looking through it, and all
Yeah,
references
Dame.
showing me.
This is points scored about 1,000 plus over Clyde right now.
Okay, so he passed Clyde.
Yeah.
And I remember, did he do that one in OKC? Is my memory correct there? Did that happen in Oklahoma City when he passed Clyde? I feel like I remember him breaking a record in OKC.
But are there other records he could break and pass Clyde in? Because he's still
Probably
behind
not.
in 2-point field goals.
No.
Field goals in
is
general.
5th on the list, by the way.
Yes, he is.
Minutes
Blazer legend.
played, games played. Like, he's still behind Clyde in that. He's still behind Kersey in games played, which is
That's pretty wild.
kind of surprising.
That is pretty wild. To your point, though, this is largely on the organization. How are you
about-
not
yes.
ready to throw something up? Congratulations to the
Instant.
greatest Marlin pitcher of all time who just
Exactly.
broke the franchise record.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
and then the
announcer's
fans
job,
react.
too. Like,
Yeah.
hey, ladies and gentlemen, let's please give Sandy Alcantara like a round of
Right.
applause. Like, what are we doing?
Dude, this went the other way one time. I remember years ago the Giants were playing in Philly, and they stopped the game in like the 4th inning. Not really on purpose. It was mostly the player. You remember Gene Segura? Is he still in the big league somewhere? Or is he out of the league now? I think he's out of the league
Mariner
now.
Gray?
Probably.
Dude, he had I don't know what it was. It was something like it was the most random thing ever. His 200th career double. Something stupid and asimine like that.
They celebrated
And
it.
I'm not kidding you. He got to second base, and before the team could even do it, he took his helmet off and was doing like a curtain call at second base. And people were like, what is he doing?
That's very Gene Segura.
What?
of him.
Oh, 200. Oh, okay.
A lot of players said he was very
All right.
full of himself during his career.
Sounds about right if he did that. Yeah, are we ready for no baseball season next year? The league is proposing a max contract length of 5 years for free agent players switching teams and 6 years to retain your own players. No deferred contracts, and the qualifying offer is gone too. For those who don't know what the qualifying offer is, make an offer for a guy. It's basically like restricted free agency, and if you lose him, you get a first-round pick in return. So they want that to be gone, and also 5 years to free agency for players 30 years or older. That's what the league is proposing in the next CBA.
It'd be very odd if we get a good World Series like we did last year and we're in a situation where there's a labor stoppage.
Baseball's built a lot of momentum over the last couple of years.
They've done a really good job of rebranding itself and building out and updating some of their rules and, speeding up elements of the game. I don't know, man. I don't know what to make of this. These labor disputes, some of these things seem pretty canyon-like sized between what the players want and what the owners are aiming for.
What was his deal in New York?
15 years, like
like
$700 million?
I mean, it's insane, right? Like to think about asking a guy like that to say you can only sign a 5-year. He signed a 15-year, $765 million contract. That is 10 years over the proposed limit.
What year of the contract is he on,
And
by the way?
$565 million.
Two or
The
three.
second or third year of the
Yes.
contract?
I think he's got 13 more years under his belt
Good Lord.
that he's still got to go to.
Have
He
fun with
signed
that
it
one.
in what, last year? Yeah. This is his second year.
Second year of the deal.
God, dude. I just...
Enjoy it while it lasts. Soak up
Yeah.
all the baseball you can this summer because there ain't going to be we're at least missing some time. I don't know if it's the whole season. I don't know if it's half a season. I don't know what it's going to be. There is no chance in hell we start on time.
Are we going to boo the players again? Because if you
boo
rewatch the
everybody.
World Series...
We booed the players.
We booed the players.
We usually end up taking the owner's side in these things.
Mm-hmm.
We usually end up doing it.
$51 million. That's just, for Juan specifically, a lot of money.
I mean, basketball players are making that.
Yeah, I mean,
NFL
they want to go.
quarterbacks are making that.
They
Why
want
is that a lot?
This sounds like they're asking for the NBA version of it. Like there are max contracts that you can sign, and here is your max offer. Like Giannis can't go, or Wemby can't go to the Spurs and say, "No, I don't want your max offer. Give me $700 million."
I guess
No,
it-
but you can do 5 years, 300 is where
But
we're going.
there's a number that you can get to that you cannot go over is the point.
Right.
And baseball is trying to get to that. And as a league who's never had a hard salary cap, that's a hard thing to swallow when you got guys signing 15-year, $765 million contracts.
Can I ask a question? And the players will disagree with this question. Can you make an argument that maybe it's better because the player could play 5 years, be premier, get another $300 million, and end up making
Could get more.
maybe making more in total?
Yeah, in the long run,
Get
you
the
can end up
15
making the
years,
same amount of
700,
money. You just
you know?
don't have the guarantee if something is to go awry.
But also, you get stuck, I think, sorry to interrupt you, but you get stuck with, I don't know, the Mets will be good eventually. You keep throwing money at something, eventually it's going to work.
Got to at some point, right?
But Mike Trout, I mean, you make your choices, but imagine if he's on a 5-year and then he hits free agency.
Right.
And maybe he is like, oh, you know what? I've been here for 10 years.
This sucks.
I'm going to finally explore instead of let me sign the 13-year contract. Like, players won't agree with that, but
No.
I just kind of think about maybe for their own sake, they could still end up making the same amount, while having more flexibility to move around.
I think a lot of fans are just sick and tired of watching teams stumble over themselves to spend 500 plus, 600 million, 700 million. It didn't work with Albert Pujols spending 250. I would call the Mariners' deal with Robinson Cano barely salvageable because they got 6 good seasons out of him, 5 good seasons out of him.
Yeah, it was good for a number of years.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's kind of the theme of all these deals is if we pay for a huge deal and we get a few years of, successful production, then that's a win. I think MLB wants to try to get away from that. And frankly, I agree. You can't hamstring these contracts for years upon years. What will the Dodgers do in 12 years? Like, MLB needs to have kind of an idea of what the future looks like. And right now with these contracts, nobody has any idea.
Well, to their credit, they've stumbled into a lot of right. I've always called him the Michael Scott of sports. That dude is an idiot.
He's got a lot of stuff right.
I don't know what he knows or likes about baseball. He's just a lawyer, and he's stumbled into everything he has basically made a decision on. Whether you love it yet or don't like it at all, largely most people are telling us you like it. The pitch clock, the runner on second, extra innings, the DH stuff, like he's the Michael Scott. It doesn't make any sense that it's worked for him, but it's worked for him.
Yeah, not a lot I agree with in there in terms of what they're proposing. The deferred contracts one is one that I'm like, yeah, that should be illegal. We're going to pay you $2 million for the next 10 years, and then when you retire, you get $50 million a year based off the interest of money. Like, get out of here, dude. And there's a luxury tax involved.
Would you care as
that
much
should be illegal.
if it was Boston, not the Dodgers?
I would, because that just seems shady to me. Like, I know there's not a hard salary cap, but there is a luxury tax that you can go into and have to pay a penalty if you're in. And if you're telling me you have the ability to cook the books to avoid that, that should be illegal. But that's my only hard stance on it. Let's wrap it up. A pretty cool day on one of our stations on Sunday. We'll tell you about, set you off in your weekend next. 105.1 The Fan.
The biggest questions.
you go. Fist pumping your way into the weekend every single Friday. Last one of the day and week for us. We'll get to our poll question of the day. Something exciting on the fan, or not on the fan, but one of our sister stations, if you will. On Sunday, we'll tell you about that in a moment. Let me ask you a question right now. We will be doing a show on Monday. Next week will be 4th of July week, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Happy 4th of July week, everybody.
Yep.
Do we have a trade over the weekend?
No.
No trades over the weekend for the Portland Trailblazers?
No.
I'm not asking major trade, just any trade.
New league calendar starts when? July 1st?
I believe so.
Yeah. No.
Free agency opens up, usually around 4th of July.
I think Boston is eventually going to move Brown, but really going to wait for a lot of teams to start either getting desperate, marinate on it, and then take in all the offers and then evaluate.
Well, we had this morning. Shams Charania on ESPN was talking about the Jaylen Brown situation and what Boston's looking for, and he had this to say.
Portland has been a team that has interest in Jaylen Brown. They had interest in LaMelo Ball. They had interest in Giannis Antetokounmpo. So they are a team that has a ton of draft capital. They've got a ton of young talent on this team. So could they make an offer? And with Giannis, my understanding was he had no interest being in Portland. But he had 1 year left on his deal that gave him power. He had an ability to basically negate any type of trade to a team like Portland. Jaylen Brown's got 3 years left on his deal. If you're the Portland Trailblazers and you have the assets and the capability to go get a Jaylen Brown, there's not that worry that, hey, he might not extend long-term. He's already in long-term.
They're looking for draft capital. We got that. That ain't a problem.
We can match money.
We can make the monies work.
Money in the draft is there.
Right when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
Gotcha.
Right after the Giannis stuff. Right when I knew it wasn't going to happen, and it doesn't happen. You're like, why did I ever even believe that it was going to happen?
What would we have thought if they did LaMelo Ball trade? By the way, because he just said they were interested in LaMelo Ball.
That's a very complicated one.
Like, what is the thinking?
He's certainly a good player.
If we get LaMelo Ball.
At least they did something. That's my thought.
Yeah, he's a good player. What did he average last year?
26, 9, and 6.
Like, those are good. That's good.
On like 37 or 38% three-point shooting.
That's a good player.
That's a very good player.
LeVar going to be walking courtside?
I don't care. We'll take it.
Sitting next to Tommy D?
It would be hilarious if we got the LeVar Ball experience.
I don't think LeVar's going to be walking. He doesn't have 1 foot, right?
He is missing a foot. Yes,
He'll be rolling up, yeah.
He did lose a foot.
I don't think we get a trade this week.
God, they're right. Now I'm going to do it again all weekend. By the way.
You think they're going to happen?
No, I don't think it's going to happen this weekend. I'm just saying that's putting the thought into my head of it could happen. And sometimes hope is a dangerous thing, my friend. Your neighborhood restaurant group brings you the fan poll question on X every day. Dinner tonight at one of their 5 locations: San Diego's Big's Chicken, Reverend's Barbecue, 808 Hawaiian, and Laurelhurst Market Steakhouse. This might actually be a more realistic poll question than I imagined when I posted it. It was kind of tongue-in-cheek. Now,
I didn't tell you.
Would you include Donovan Clingan in a trade for Jaylen Brown? Include 57.1% of you say yes and 42.9% of you say no. Is Scoot untouchable too?
Everybody's untouchable in Portland, man.
To Monty, that'd be like a 90% no.
Funding.
It absolutely would be.
It should not be.
By the way, on Sunday on 9/10, we are having our first ever double dip of the chip of female sports teams, professional sports teams in Portland at 11:45. The Fire are playing.
Yes.
So you get your Fire Fest on. And then later on in the day, you have a Thorny game. And so you got the Fire and the Thorn, same day, same station.
That's a great
910 ESPN Portland.
That's great.
Look at us, man. Pretty cool day. Have a great sports weekend, everybody. Hope all your teams win. Thanks so much for being a part of our Friday and our week. If you missed the show, go check the podcast, 1051thefan.com. And thanks for watching on YouTube. Like the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet. We'll talk to you Monday, 6 a.m. The Firm, Harrison Meringue is next. Listen to 1051 FM The Fan.
The Firm of Harris and Meringue. Now weekdays 10 to 1.
Different stars, different treatment. We haven't even talked about it. LeBron James being pissed off about not getting a game ball earlier this week.